handy. Let's see if this is working. Really. Wow. That's mad latency. Yeah. Alright. Alright. Let me. Alright. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing tonight, but I'm gonna do something. That needs to get returned to DAP. My workbench is a mess, even though I cleaned it like a day ago. Yeah. Nothing too special going on. Just working on a few builds, and figured I could just go live. 'Cause why not, you know? So this is going to not go well. Yeah. Okay, so I screwed myself there, which that sucks. Shoot. How do I want to redo these? Turn that up a bit. Alright, hold on. Not prepared for all the things. I'm only like halfway through dinner. You know. Alright. Sponge is wet. Iron is hot. Alright. I'm missing some O-rings that I want to complete underneath this stack here. I only had 3 of them. I don't know. Yeah, so I'm waiting on some parts to like be able to complete the stack here, but I'm just gonna keep building anyways. And yeah, just gonna keep building anyways so that I can actually make some progress. I don't know why I'm doing this right now. I don't need to do this right now. I could just keep doing motor wires. Brilliant. This is why we test things before we tell people about them. That's why I haven't posted about this live stream anywhere, because I kind of anticipated it failing. I don't know why that turned off. Is that a setting that I can change? Probably it is. Oh boy. Come on. Let's just get some of that off. Okay, that works. Right. Yeah, I don't really know what I'm doing right now. I'm just gonna keep going with these motors. Oh, I just... love having everything in my way. I'll turn that back down. And we'll tin these pads. Well, we'll see if the GoPro just randomly dies again. You know, obviously, hopefully it doesn't, but anything could happen. Alright, we'll go ahead and tin. these top pads as well. There we go. Okay. I'm actually like pretty inexperienced with race wire in general. Like I've used it before, but just haven't had it on a ton of builds. So I don't anticipate this to go like super cleanly because this is pretty tight soldering. That middle one especially just seems like it's, well, it doesn't look like it's fully on, but it's pretty close. Ooh, that one's a stretch. Oof. Oof. That one's really stretched out. Yikes. Alright. That'll work. Oh, goodness. And then I need to find motor wires to get from there to there, which I got this big ol' bag of wires. Yeah, there's some motor wire in there. That should be great. We'll go ahead and pull some of that out. 20 gauge. This looks like 18 gauge maybe? Perfect, it's cut off. No, it's 20. Oops, there goes my head. So we'll just grab a few of these and chop them up. Oops. Chop them up to use as the bits we need. That's 22. What motors do I have that are 22 gauge? I don't know. I don't keep track of this stuff. I just do. I don't think, I just do. Alright, there's a little more wire. Let's see if I can fish one more out. And yeah, there's plenty in here. Okay. Just some spare wires. You're gonna live up there. Whoops. What was that? Nothing. Nothing. I'm going crazy. Alright, I'm gonna redo this arm because I can. It looks messy. I don't build messy, folks. Yikes. Yeah. Why is this? I am out of flux currently, so basically my solution for how to keep the solder shiny is to just take old solder away and add new solder, because good. You know, this is just going so well. Because new solder is rosin core solder, which basically just means has flux already in it. Come on, bub. There we go. Gosh, that's messy. Alright, so now we'll just feed a good amount of fresh into the ends of the wires so that there's no chance of there being any cold solder. Whoops. And we'll clean off between each one to help even more. So we're just eating through solder, which is what it is. Okay, let's try this. Why does it not feel like I have enough heat? Okay. Does this need to be shorter? I hate that. Left some tools out in the other room by the 3D printer because I was working on that earlier today. Last night and today. I was working on, whoops, get off. There we go. I was working on some prints. Gosh, this is just like the perfect length to really get annoying and damage my tools. Good. Hold on. This is when we grab the already damaged side cutters. Woo. And we use them. And there we go. That was not too bad. Okay. So why did the GoPro die last time? That's my question. It's a bit cleaner. It's not great. Yeah. Come on, man. Why does that not want to stay down? Okay, that's better. Okay. No shorts. Why is that motor? Whew. It's warm. Really heated up that race wire there. Okay, so these are Tiny's LEDs RGB light, race light wire, I guess. So you get selectable colors, which is fun. 1, 2, 3, I don't know what those are for. Maybe you can make it addressable. See if you can see that. It's not gonna focus. But you bridge the R, the G, and the B, and you get your color. My colors for all my drone builds have always been purple and orange all the way. So I'm gonna, I don't think you can get true orange with just RGB, right? You would have to do like red and yellow. Red and, right? Wait, I don't know. But I'll just do red and blue to get some purple, and it's a really nice purple. And that should be great. 2 down. Did I? That's just 4. Where did I put the other race wires? Great. Can't keep myself organized either. Yay. Oh, there they are. They're right on top. Knife. And good. All right. Let's clean these off a bit. Solder blob removal. I've got blobs of every sort of thing on this workbench. That's a blob of Gorilla Glue, I think. And these are blobs of solder. And they go to the trash. 1, 2. Okay. And then I need great. I saw it like 3 seconds ago. I know it's here. I know I'm just overlooking it. I can see it in the... There it is. I was gonna say I could see it in the video feed, but I couldn't see it on my desk. Gorilla double foam. It's basically VHB. It's their like outdoor mounting tape, and this is just what I've used instead of VHB for basically as long as I've been in the hobby, and it works great. And I've never bought like official VHB to really test the differences. I'm sure it would be different or better in some ways, but well, I haven't any problems, so but I do need to order more of this. I'm running low, and yeah, maybe I'll order proper VHB. Who makes VHB? All I know is to look for the stuff with the red whatchamacallit, the protective film is red. Whoops. On the VHB that everybody seems to get, everybody seems to like. I could try to open up some music, get that going for the Stram Tam. I do have Epidemic Sounds. Sounds. All right. Brilliant. Alright, now this is where I keep screwing up the placement. Oh, are these directional? Shoot. Nah, they'd have like an arrow. Oh, they're white noise design. Cool. White noise. That guy is very cool. Kevin Lee, I believe, is his name. And when I was first getting into FPV, this is a thoroughly uninteresting story, but I'm going to tell it. When I was first, like that, right there. When I was first getting into FPV, I had just started buying some gear. I managed to get a used set of goggles on the cheap first, like on eBay, I think. And then I was working on buying a quad or buying parts to build a quad, and I was in college. Didn't have much in the way of cash, and so that was taking a while to save up and find the right purchase for me. Excuse me. And so I had goggles, but I didn't have a quad yet. And my family, my parents and I, were traveling, and maybe one of my siblings, were traveling to the Chicago area where we used to live, where I lived when I was growing up for like 7 years. North suburbs of Chicago. We were traveling there, I think, for a wedding. This was a while ago, like 4 years ago, whatever, 4.5 at this point. And whoops, gotta print in. And I looked at kind of the local Chicago FPV community before we traveled there, just to see what the deal was and whatnot, and discovered that while I was going to be there on a day that I had nothing scheduled, like the day before the wedding or whatever, there was a drone race, a multi-GP event. I was like, obviously I'm not going to be racing. I've never flown a real drone before. But I was kind of excited by the idea of getting to see like a real event at like a large level. Chicago's a big city, so I imagined like they would have their stuff together in terms of organizing a cohesive event. But yeah, I was driving there with my family, and so like we only had one shared car. I was trying to figure out how I could get to this race, and I ended up posting on like the event page on Facebook for the race, and saying like, hey, is there any chance I could get a ride from this town where I'm at? I'd love to come see what you guys do, but I can't get myself there. And Mr. White Noise, Kevin, was like the first and only one to respond and be like, yeah man, like if you can get yourself here, which is like a short distance from where I was, like that, he said, if you can get to my house, I'll get you the rest of the way, which is like 40 minutes further, which is so a significant chunk of time. I was like, oh, that's super cool of you. Of course, at this time I didn't know that he was kind of a big deal, and was like, I think at that point he was doing like the DRL tryouts or something. I don't know if he's still involved with that, trying to make it, but yeah, anyways, super cool guy. Just kind of offered to me, a total stranger, to what's up, Afix, to come ride with him. How you doing, man? Nothing fancy going on here, just doing some casual building, so feel free to hang out. I just wanted to see if I could get a stream going, and I did, and it was pretty easy. But yeah, nothing fancy, just building quads. This is the X-Hover Blaster V2, and I'm just putting my normal build on it, which is the Drib motors. There's that, the Drib motors, and I've got these Acon stacks that I'm putting into them. So nice, man. Just getting off work. Yeah, good stuff. Yeah, today was my day off, so I thoroughly slept in, which was much needed. And yeah. And then, yeah, decided to motivate myself to get some work done on the old workbench. I've been trying kind of yesterday and earlier today to get some stuff going on my 3D printer, which I thought I had gotten pretty well dialed in, where I could just kind of set it and forget it for future prints. And then last night started a print and it failed, and luckily I noticed that it failed before it like kept going too far, but it just jammed the whole printer up, and that really frustrated me. So today I worked on that a little bit, tried to like get it unjammed, thought I did, and then started another print and it didn't want to print. So I decided to give up on that for the moment and work on some real quad stuff. Some pressure on that. All right. There we go. Sorry, folks. Yeah, my GoPro is hooked up to the computer to be my little stream cam here. And that's the second time it's done that. Let's see what interval it's doing it at. I've been live 32 minutes, so maybe every 15 minutes. Yeah, it's the GoPro's plugged into power. It shouldn't die, but it is. It's just cutting off. The printer is, I can't even remember. It's an A Lunar something or other. It's a Prusa clone, I think. I bought it used, and I haven't put that much time and effort into it. But yeah, if the GoPro keeps dying, I might call this quits. This is my first time actually trying to stream anything. I just figured I'd give it a go. And if the GoPro as a webcam keeps giving me difficulties, I might have to do some research to see if there's like a setting I need to change. So I might just kind of give up for tonight and come back to it another time after I've done more research. Yeah, it's a little weird. I guess I could try and check the settings right now, but it would definitely cut the stream off while I did that. I wonder if it's like, yeah, I don't know. It's got USB plugged in to power it. It does also have the battery in it, so I wonder if maybe like it's trying to charge the battery and like that's overheating it. I don't know. But it's powering right back on and then staying on for a while, so it seems to not be a very serious issue. It's just annoying. Come on, man. Gotta reshape the wire a little bit. Brilliant. Yeah, nothing fancy on the stream setup. I just had a GoPro lying around and a little boom arm that I could use to move it around and get a nice view over my workbench. So I did that and plugged it in with a little HDMI adapter and just seeing how it goes. Yeah, Athix, ANET A8. The Ender 3 Pro looks so nice. I would love to get rid of this one that I've got and just upgrade to something really simple like that. Something that'll be a lot more straightforward, I'm sure. This one just happens to be like a really cheap deal from some guy from another FPV guy here in town, and I just couldn't really pass it up because I had been wanting to mess around with a printer for a while, but the budget was stopping me from doing so. So then this being a super cheap deal, it just made sense to jump on it. But now I'm kind of regretting not getting something nicer because it just kind of has random issues. But like I can get clean prints. Like this was like a test print I did a while ago. It seems to be coming out super clean. What else have I printed? I'd show you that, but it's a mess right now. Printed some Cinewoop ducks, nothing fancy. Got some grass and some crap in there, but like, you know, it works for the most part. I can print TPU easier than I can print PLA. For some reason, every time I've tried to print PLA, it warps off the bed, and I've tried like a few different things. I think the next thing I want to try for that is to get an enclosure to keep the temperature a little more consistent during the print. But again, this is a TPU strings a lot. Yeah, it is direct drive, but I don't even know like what that means or what the advantages are. Yeah, this one strings a lot too with TPU. These Cinewoop ducks, like I've flown them a number of times and you can still see in here like it's not clean. That's not from propeller strikes, that's from the print having caused stringing in between the whole thing during the print, and now it's kind of finally getting to the point where the prop strikes have smoothed it down a little bit. But yeah, that's why like I know I just need to get in there and kind of mess with some temperatures and some settings a little more than I have previously. I kind of bought it in a pretty decent setup, so I didn't have to do a ton to it. But now I'm finding some issues with print quality and want it to be better. So I'm in my limited free time. I'm trying to do some more research into how to improve the prints. It's a hobby within itself that I didn't really anticipate taking on, but it's fun. I love starting from nothing and then just watching something create itself. So I'm totally into it, and it's super helpful for FPV to be able to print your own stuff. Direct drive is better for TPU. What's the other option? I guess indirect drive, but is the other option better for other uses like PLA and stuff like that? I haven't even gotten that far in my research Yeah, I got sent some like print settings for Cura, which I use as my slicer, from some people, and they were like, yeah, try this, like this really helps eliminate stringing with SaneSmart TPU, which I have a few rolls of that in various colors. Chris Teal of Drone Co. Being one of the guys that sent me some settings, and I just have yet to have the time to really set those up and test them. Yeah, okay. Interesting. Yeah, again, like I just don't know enough about any of that stuff to feel confident to just mess around with it willy-nilly. So I'm just being super conservative with the things I do try on it. Because I'm terrified of making a mistake that I won't be able to reverse, or something like that. Or that could be reversed, but I'll have no clue how to reverse it because I'm just a noob at 3D printing anyways. Yeah, that's my main hesitation at this point is... Oh boy, that's real close. Yeah, so, all right, come on. But I do like the idea of having a 3D printer just kind of at my disposal, that I can just say like, hey, I need whatever, a new GoPro mount, need this or that. That makes sense, Athix. Yeah, I didn't think about that. That you could push the stiffer filaments through a Bowden drive, Bowden tube, whatever it's called, and yeah, and they wouldn't get well, yeah, they just have the stiffness to be able to make it. That's actually like, even though mine is direct drive, that's kind of like what was going on with my printer last night. Was it seemed like the extruder motor, and again, I don't know a ton about this, so my terminology might be off, but I believe what was happening was my extruder motor was taking the filament and it was pulling it through, but it wasn't making it into the hot end, so it ended up bunching in the extruder head, I guess. And then if I let it go long enough, which I did the first time before I noticed anything, and then when I tried it later, I kept a closer eye on it, but the first time it did it, it basically just created this like long loop of filament coming out of, like, if here's the extruder head, filament goes in, gets pulled down, but it never hits the hot end, I guess, and instead it basically like snuck out of a finger here, but it was still attached to the hot end down here, just wasn't coming out of it. So you had, I don't know, I'm doing a horrible job explaining this. You had filament coming in, and then it just kind of kept filling out, and this loop got larger and larger as it pulled it through. I don't know. But it wasn't printing. And that is the point of the whole ding dang story. And I wanted it to print. Where's standoffs go on this guy? Whoops, come back. All right. Yeah, but that's not something I've had happen to me since I first got this printer. And when I first got it, I didn't know literally anything. You need a TPU guide for the extruder. I don't know what that is, but I'm curious. I'm gonna look it up right now. TPU. Extrusion guide. Let's see if... Does the TPU guide you're talking about, does that like fit into the head, like the extruder head, I guess, of the printer? Sorry about all of that. I'm working on setting, I was trying to work on setting up a scene where I had desktop view and audio, and there's one for Ender 3. I guess it matters more about what head or like extruder I have compared to what printer I have, right? Hold on one second. We'll come back here. Hey, okay, we've got audio there. Something like that, I'm guessing, is what you're talking about? Or that's probably the one you had. I have yet to fully like take apart my like printer head, extruder head, whatever it's called, to view the internals. But I bet you, yeah, M508. I think this is the printer I have. Fits in between the direct drive and the hot end. Well, yeah, this is the printer I have. What would you print that out of? Would you have to do like a thermal something or other, like a high temperature filament, so that it doesn't get melted? I mean, it's not in the hot end itself, but M508. Let's try that. Nope. Okay. Slides in, print it with PLA. Okay, well, I'll keep these tabs open. I'll see if I can find something. This might be my best bet on Yegi here. I don't see it immediately, but that's all right. I will. Oh, wait, TPU guide. There we go. Found it. i3. Yeah, because it's a i3 clone. Okay, well, I will save this. Actually, I'll just keep the tab open. And I'll print that. Let's see, we still got audio, right? There we go. I'll print that sometime and see if that helps. Thanks, Apex. Super helpful, man. All right. Yeah, much appreciated. I love, yeah, when someone else knows more than me and can help with some really simple questions. Boom. 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 Whoops. Losing it. Bam. Yes, sirree. Yeah, man. Good call on that, Athex. So that'll help. But see, the crazy thing is, like, I haven't had... So when I first got the printer, I had issues like that. But it was because I didn't know anything about anything. And so what I realized was happening was my hot end was just running into the print bed, and there wasn't enough space for the filament to come out and print the first layer. And so that was causing the jam and the backup. And then once it's backed up a little bit, you know, the filament's creased inside of the hot end, and then the extruder motor keeps pulling and it's not going to push into the... So I guess the guide would have helped, but it would have just jammed up more. It still never would have printed in that instance. But yesterday, last night, and today, I made sure... Nice, 2 years, that's pretty good. I made sure that the hot end was like well off the bed, the print bed. There was like tons of space, probably more space than you want, realistically. But I was like, I'm experiencing the same issue. Let me just check this off the list and make sure it's not caused by the same thing. And so, but otherwise, like, I've had this printer for, I don't know, somewhere around 6 or 7 months, I'd say. I got it like at the end of last year, so yeah, maybe like 7 or 8 months. And once I like figured out, it took me a while to figure out what was going wrong, but once I figured it out, like printed like I've printed things for a while pretty reliably, like over and over again, without this issue popping up again. And then just randomly, it was a new spool of filaments, and I printed two things earlier in the day with that new spool of filament. It's the same type of filament, that same Smart TPU, just a different color. And I printed one thing, it went perfect. Printed the second thing, went perfect. Printed the third thing, it got about, I don't know, 20% into the print, and then that's what happened, it jammed up. So I have literally no clue what caused it. Yeah. But if I can get any PLA to successfully print, which I've gotten, I think, one or two small things to print in PLA, so this might be easy and fine, but anytime I try to do something, even just something the size of, I don't know, even just something the size of like gimbal protectors, the PLA warps off the bed, and the print's kind of ruined at that point. Sometimes it pulls off the bed entirely and is just loose on the print bed, and that's always fun, you know, when it's just pushing around your print willy-nilly. So yeah, I will try that for the TPU. If you have any TPU at 190 and bed off. You don't use a heated bed for TPU. Interesting. On glass. I've usually gone with a heated bed for TPU and haven't really had any issues with it, but just recently learned that that's not always helpful, so I've started leaving the heated bed on for the first layer and then shutting it off. And yeah, I'll try with the bed off. I've got one of those like textured mats on my bed that's supposed to help with adhesion or whatever. Do you use like tape or glue or anything, or just straight onto the glass? Athix. Curious. Let's clean that off. No, we'll wait. Yeah. $70 on the bed. Okay. Good to know, Athix. Yeah, I wonder. I've thought a lot about like just getting a new printer, but I wonder if there's any logic to like just kind of upgrading my current printer, doing something like a glass bed or like a higher end like print head or anything like that. I don't know how simple those modifications would be, but or if it would actually save me any money going that route, or if just buying a new printer would actually end up being cheaper anyways, so it's not even worth it. Yeah, I don't know any of that stuff. I've mostly, in my research, just spent time looking at better printers than the one that I have, because that seems simpler to just outright upgrade it. Alright, those. Swap over. Just on glass. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, again, I've said this a bunch already, but like, I really have not even spent that much time like digging into various print setups and all that stuff. Like, I just haven't taken the time to really learn. I know there's tons of information out there. I just get, when I'm wanting to nerd out on something, I've just always, since I've gotten the printer anyways, and like cared about that stuff, every time I've tried to like dive in and nerd out about something, I get sidetracked and end up nerding out about something else, which is fine. It just means that my progress with printing is a little slow. Turn that up a bit more. Whoops. Okay. All right. Thanks, Athex. I will hit you up if I have any more questions. I super appreciate your help. Have a good one, man. I should put that standoff in. Yeah, that seems to be a popular. Oh, there's a GoPro again. Did it? Did it actually die? No? Are we back? So much fun. Does it show me where my battery's at? 91%. Okay. Whoops, wrong way. Straighten it out. There we go. And then there we go. It's a bit of a better view. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. Okay. Oh, what a blast. Yeah, I don't know why the GoPro keeps shutting off on me. Maybe I could look that up real quick. That's like the 4th time it's just cut off for no reason. And I would prefer, whoops. I'd really prefer if it didn't do that, you know? Like if it just behaved. Come on. Get in there. Okay, not clean, but it'll get the job done. I don't know why I'm not feeling like really focusing on getting this to be a pristine build. It's a really nice frame. I'm really excited to get it built and flying, but I'm just feeling a certain level of laziness right now, I guess. Athix hitting me up in the DMs. Yeah, seriously, appreciate your help, brother. I'm actually headed back to North Carolina in a day to visit family. That's where my parents live. And yeah, I'm spending about a week with them. Oh, come on. Which I'm pretty excited for. I haven't been back since I moved away almost exactly 1 year ago. Moved to Denver, Colorado, which is my current residence. If anyone's curious. If anyone wants to stalk me, you know. Alright, come on. Why can't I get this one? It might be too long. Loving it. Live for an hour. Alright, I'm gonna check out a couple things real quick. Bear with me, my friends. That open, that open. I want to search for, shoot, I already forgot what I was going to search for. That's a different issue. Alright, I'm going to try. Bear with me. Alright, give me 1 second. Nice. Okay. I figured out the issue with the GoPro randomly shutting off. It's just a setting in the GoPro settings called auto power off, and there's a timer, which totally makes sense. I'm really glad I have that setting on for all other use cases in case I accidentally left my GoPro powered on. That way it wouldn't totally drain the battery. It would shut off after 15 minutes. But when I'm trying to live stream, the GoPro shutting off after 15 minutes is not ideal because it doesn't think it's not recording, so it doesn't think it's being used, I guess. It doesn't see this as use, it just sees it as idling. Because it's not really being used, it's sending video to the computer and the computer's doing all the work, I guess, is how the GoPro sees it. So yeah, just a simple adjustment in the settings. Gosh, this is so messy. I just don't love how any of this is turning out right now. You know? Come on, bud. Don't do this. Okay. Whoops. Is my head in the shot? No, it's not. But the drone is also barely in the shot. Bump that forward a bit, huh? I guess so. Not that it matters, there's nobody here. It's just me talking to myself. Shh. I thought about posting this on the social media or in Ciati's, in the collective Discord, but have not done either of those things. I haven't like fully decided against doing either of those things, but I just feel like it's not my place to like promote my own content on Ciati's patron or patron only Discord channel. I guess it's not patron only. And I don't want to post on social media because I don't know what I'm doing on stream. So it would just be a mess. But I'm happy to just kind of leave this up for anybody who happens to see it. You know what? It doesn't matter. I'll post on Instagram. Doing some drone building live over on YouTube. Come check it out if you feel like it. Alright, get out of here. Doing some drone building tonight. It's a good time. And I'm live on YouTube if you want to come hang out and see what it's like to build a drone. It's a long and tedious process, but link in bio if you want to check it out. Doing some drone building tonight. It's a good time. I'm live on YouTube if you want to come hang out and see what it's like to build a drone. It's a long and tedious process, but link in bio. Check it out. Doing some drone building tonight. It's a good time. And I'm live on YouTube if you want to come hang out and see what it's like to build a drone. It's a long and tedious process, but link in bio. Check it out. Doing some drone building tonight. It's a good time. And I'm live on YouTube if you want to come hang out and see what it's like to build a drone. Sorry, YouTube. Not that there's anybody here. Link in bio. Check it out. But doing some drone building tonight. It's a good time. And I'm live on YouTube if you want to come hang out and see what it's like to build a drone. It's a long and tedious process, but link in bio. Check it out. Doing some drone building tonight. It's a good time. And I'm live on YouTube if you want to come hang out and see what it's like to build a drone. It's a long and tedious process, but link in bio. Check it out. Doing some drone. All right, shared. Ooh, happy. Doing some drone building tonight. It's a good time. I'm live on YouTube if you want to come hang out and see what it's like to build a drone. It's a long and tedious process. Doing some drone building tonight. All right, that's posted. Close out of that. Oh man. And we're back. Wha. Right. Whew, buddy. Alright, let's pretend these guys and then we'll get some wire going. Alright, work with me, not against me. We're on the same team, you and me. Apparently we're not. Yikes. Alright, wire. Could use some fresh solder. I'm absolutely gonna drip hot solder on my hands. Yeah, didn't. That was just flux, but I could have. You know, I like to live on the edge. Wah. 2 and 3. Let's see if that actually attracts any audience at all. Probably not, you know. But I'll be live for a few hours, I think, tonight. It's only 8 p.m. local time. I've already been live for an hour, which is crazy. I've just not been doing anything for an hour. Oh. And yeah. When I bought the video card, or whatever it is, I think it's called a video card, but it's just a video capture. It's just an HDMI to USB plug adapter thing. When I bought that, I almost bought 2 of them so that I could have a proper face cam and bench cam kind of setup. But I elected not to because I have no clue if this is going to be something I do with any regularity. And if I don't, I'm fine wasting like $20 on the video card and the HDMI cable. But $40, that's, and it's not a lot of money, but it's money. Like, you could buy, you know, you could buy a VTX with $40. So I decided to, yeah, just get the one set, because it's not a matter of cameras. I've got GoPros galore. I have 2 7s. I have a 6. I have a Session 5. I have 4 cameras. Plus, I've got my phone. I've got my laptop has a webcam built in. Like, there's no shortage of cameras in this household. Where the shortage is with, yeah, like video capture equipment to be able to turn that video source into something that my computer can read and can stream. Oh, that wasn't pressed down all the way. That's the other thing. Doing these wires is complicating things, but it doesn't matter. I wanted to make progress on this, and this is good progress. My issue right now is I'm waiting on new grommets to go underneath the flight controller, or sorry, underneath the ESC. I guess I could have just done another nut, but I'm kind of low on like nuts and washers and stuff like that. So I just ordered a bunch of grommets on Amazon, and was hoping that they would arrive today or tomorrow. I don't know when they were supposed to arrive, but they got delayed. And so what's likely going to happen is they will arrive while I'm out of town visiting my parents. And then because I had them shipped to one of those Amazon hub lockers, if it sits in that locker for 3 days and I don't pick it up because I'm out of town, it will be removed from the locker and returned as if it's like a canceled order, even if I don't manually cancel it. So it's probably going to arrive like the day that I leave town, and it's like a 6-day trip. So then I'll have to reorder it when I get back, or like the day before a day or two before I leave to come back, which is just going to push completion of this build further and further back. But the reason I have to get those grommets is because I don't have enough right now to do what I need to do, and I need a little more separation between the press nuts on the bottom plate and the bottom of the ESC. You can't quite see super clearly. Whoops. Let's get that in there. Yeah, so with that purple grommet you see right there, it's got enough clearance, but I only have 3 of those, 2 purples and an orange. And I just want everything to be even, and I would love to know where, I know I had more of those grommets, I'd love to know where they all went. Maybe they're in a build and I could pull them out of that build, but I feel like I've looked through all my quads and didn't see them anywhere. They're not in that one. They wouldn't be in that one. Hold on, let me check. No clue. No clue where any of them are. But I know I had more. Maybe they're just in a bag somewhere. And they're not actually lost or being used. They're just hidden. Seems more likely, to be honest. Whoops. Come on out. Alright, I'm gonna try and... Oh, okay, there we go. Hey, we've already got a few views on the old Instagram story. So, oh my god. Team Black Sheep's new video on their Instagram. What? Okay, that's crazy, dude. I love Team Black Sheep's Instagram. I do enjoy their products as well. I would not classify myself as one of their fanboys, but I'm sure I act like it on social media and whatnot because I don't know, I just think they make a great product. So why would I not support products that I use that have treated me very well? I'll treat them well in return, I guess. Seems like a very simple exchange of like, yeah, when I have like customer support issues, tech issues, whatever, like Mike Chin's always on the ball. If you post to the TBS Lounge, like you might even get Trappy to respond, and like you don't really get that with almost any other company in FPV. Like I've never seen Tim Nelson respond to anybody on like a Get FPV page, not in the last few years anyways. Maybe he used to back when it was a much smaller company, but like it's great that Get FPV can like, you know, hire on community members to provide support and whatnot. But I think there's something, I should close my phone. I just think there's something special about when a company can get really involved in the community and like they can take a look at what they make and how people feel about that product, and they can say, okay, well, we're going to change this and that because people don't like this and that, and then you get improvements that are actually like community user focused improvements. I feel like that's the best way to actually iterate on a product, is to go to the people who are using that product and say, hey, how can we do this better? I feel like TBS does that pretty well, generally speaking. Obviously, like there are some products that they release and then that's that, and you buy it or you don't. But any company does that. See, man, this is why I put the standoffs before, because then I strain the wires. That's not too bad. Actually, that's a lot cleaner. Dang it. Okay, that one's clean, that one's messy. I don't know if I'm going to redo that one, but for this last one, I'm going to follow the same tactic. Hey, and I got just like the right amount of wire out. Okay. But yeah, what I'm doing right now is I'm building 3 identical quads, nearly identical, on 3 different frames. So they're not truly identical. They are all on different frames, but all the components inside are going to be essentially identical. And the inside components are this Acon 32-bit 35 amp 6S4 and 1 ESC. Acon, which way is right side up for you guys? No, that is upside down. Acon F7 30x30 flight controller. And then I've got Hype Train dribs, which are 2306. The V2s, 2306, 2650 kV, very high kV. I do still run 4S currently. I'm actually going to buy, I just lost the battery last weekend or something like that. And I'm going to buy a replacement for that battery, and I think I'm going to buy a 6S pack and see if I can motor limit down. I know I can't motor limit down enough to get these to be like the 1700 kV that most people consider the average for 6S, but I like high kV anyways. So why could I not motor limit down to approximately what high kV is for 6S, which would be like 1900 kV-ish, I guess. So in my opinion, I should be able to, and this is not coming from any research or experience, but I feel like I should be able to motor limit down and achieve the equivalent kV for 6S, which is kind of where I want to end up anyways. I've liked high kV for a while. I haven't really tried anything else in a while, so I don't know if it's the best fit for my flying style these days, which is much more long-range, cinematic, flowy kind of style. You definitely don't need high kV for that. In fact, you might not want high kV for that, but I've got high kV, so, and I manage just fine most of the time. Right. Oh, there goes my head. Okay. Alright, we don't need that. We don't need a stick. Alright, there's not enough solder on that pad. I know that for a fact. And that's probably too much solder on that pad. Let's use tweezers. Ooh, shaky hands, boy. No, this should... Ooh, get over. Don't do it. Oh, man. Just barely. These are really tight pads. Alright, so now we push this one out to the side a bit. Bingo! Alright. That's the hard part, pretty much done. And 3 more wires. Alright, let's trim these up. Ooh. And yeah, I've got that much wire to spare on each of these wires, which is pretty much unusable for anything productive, so I kind of just toss it. I could hold on to it, but I don't really feel like it. I've got plenty of wire, and if I run out, it's cheap. I don't know, maybe I could hang on to that bit or something. And trash these two. Camel. There we go. I did kind of start streaming in the middle of myself eating dinner, and definitely just dove into this build, got hyper focused, and I forgot to finish feeding myself. So I've got a delicious bowl of ramen hanging out. You can do some nice things with instant ramen just by adding some flavors. In this case, I did a spicy Szechuan sauce. No, Szechuan teriyaki sauce, and then some veggies, just some frozen veggies, some fried eggs, fried eggs. No, there were 2 of them, and a little bit of chicken. Oh boy, there we go. Very simple, straightforward recipe that was basically able to multitask while cooking it, because the chicken breast was, I don't know why this matters at all. Chicken breast was nice and thick and juicy, so I threw it on the pan at a low temp as to give it a long time to cook, because I knew it would need that to get it cooked all the way through because of how thick it was. And then just kind of put that on and walked away, and came back a while later. And what else did I have going at that time? Oh, I was making some sweet tea, which has nothing to do with dinner, but I did have some tea brewing to make iced tea, and then fried up a couple eggs and threw the pasta in when the chicken was done cooking. So I let the chicken rest while those cooked on the stove. Whoops, don't slip around. Those cooked on the stove at the same time. And whatnot. Oh boy. See? Yeah, this one was... Alright, it'll work, but it's a tight one. Okay. Man, oh man. I'm going to post one more thing on Instagram in a second here. See if I can attract anybody who is interested in my mentoring business. Hello, viewer. Whoa. Crank those down. Okay, that is coming along nicely. Here's the flat controller. Let's see if this comes. The ESC just came with pins, one for soldering and one for pinning your own connector, and it came with a couple pins, but the flight controller appears to have come with some, and back down to 0. Great. Appears to have come with some completed, just one completed plug. And so if we can see if that matches up, that would be lovely. And it looks like ground, positive. Oop, missing the other positive. Okay, why do we have the dual ground though? 4, 3, 2, 1. Current is yellow, telemetry is blue. Okay, and that fits in there. Telemetry is blue, current 1, 2, 3, 4. Is that pin unlabeled? There's nothing on that pin. Oh, interesting. So there's an additional plus out of there. But okay, that's good to know though, that I do in fact have oh boy. A straight pin plug that I don't have to mess with at all. And I love that it comes with extra grommets. Whatever you call them. Let's get some music going. You know? I don't know if I'm gonna get it going through the stream. It'd be nice. You know? I don't know how realistic that is though. To expect that I can figure out how to do that on the fly. I probably can. Excuse me. Alright. Alright, buddy. Dang, buddy. Look at all them switches. If anybody knows what that quote has to do with FPV, you win the stream. Which means nothing, but you win and you earn my love and respect. Okay. Alright, another Instagram post real quick. Drone building tonight. It's a good time. And I'm live on YouTube if you want to come hang out and see what it's like to build. 608, what's up? Tedious process. But how you doing, friend? I'm about to make another Instagram post just so anybody who wants to join in the fun knows what's going on. Hoping you are well, though. Quick look at the setup. I'm streaming and I'm keeping an eye on the YouTube live chat. So if you want to stop in and ask some questions about FPV, I do online mentoring as well and would be happy to answer any questions anybody has while on stream here. Nope, that was awful. Alright, here we go. Thank you, 608. It's, I think it's going to be pretty clean when all said and done. Give me 1 second, I'm going to mute real quick. Alright. I'm back. I'm back, baby. 608, what are you up to tonight, man? Friend. Don't want to assume your gender. post that up. Good. Yeah, 608. It's I don't know where I put the top plate. That'd be helpful. It's the X-Hover Blaster V2 frame, which I've been wanting to build one of these for, well, since they came out. I've always kind of liked X-Hover's frames, and I don't know, something about this one being like really focused on cinematic intrigued me. So it took me a while, but I eventually picked one up, and now is the right time to build it, because I don't have any working 5-inch rigs. In fact, I'm down to one working drone currently, and it's a super lightweight 7-inch. So it doesn't even fly, it doesn't even have good flight characteristics, but it's great for strapping on a lithium-ion battery pack and going for a going for like a 5-mile cruise, like 2.5 miles out and back. Like it's a great build for long range mountain surfing and stuff like that. But I want some stuff for, this isn't much of a freestyle build. It is nice and thick and durable. I think these arms probably not going to provide a ton of motor protection in a crash, but I think the frame itself, what is that, like a 3mm base plate or something? That's pretty good, and the arms are at least 4, maybe 5mm. I think they're 5mm. Yeah, the whole thing is it's pretty stiff, so should be a great build. I've been excited about this frame for a while. Right here, pins up, make sure that's seated, and then I need some spacing. I might need more spacing than just these, which is going to be a hold back for this build anyways. I'm waiting on some additional grommets to get delivered to go in between the, although I've got, you know, I should just do more screws in there, shouldn't I? Or more nuts, I guess. 4 torn apart on the bench. Yeah, that's where I'm at. I've got 3 5-inch rigs, none of which are working. The last one to survive, I sank in a waterfall this weekend and broke an arm on it, and I don't have a spare arm. But the goal is to tear apart all 3 of these 5-inch rigs and turn them into identical rigs on different frames. So I've got one of these Blaster V2 frames. I've got one of Bob's FPV Cycle glides. So that's going to be frame number 2, and then frame number 3 is going to be on the X-Hover Stingy, which I've been running for like almost 3 years now. Just for some consistency, almost like a control in an experiment. The other frame, like the 4th frame I would really love to try right now, is the Project 399 Super G. I have a Super G Plus, the 7-inch version, that has been good to me, but I really want to try the 5-inch version. I think it'd be a nice rig. What's your flying quad right now? 608. Curious what your current setup is. Yeah, I'm gonna take these out, and I'm not gonna wait for the grommets on this one. If I need them on another build, that's fine, but I'm just gonna do more nuts where grommets are needed. There we go. Oh, I haven't really done much building in a long time. I do not miss the tedious redoing stack screws and stuff like that. It's so much fun, you know? Just a blast to have to back out four long stack screws and run them back up through some hardware. 4-inch on Tomaquad Katana V2. I'm not familiar with that frame, I'm assuming. 4-inch though, that sounds fun. What do you use it for? Like freestyle, long range cinematic? Do you carry HD on it? Either DJI or HD recording, like a GoPro or a Runcam hybrid or split or something like that. I'm curious what you use the rig for. Oh, how did that happen? The nut's crooked. I bet it'll fix itself. It's just a little nylon plastic nut, so I bet it'll sort itself out once it's tightened. But man, do I hate that. How's that? Yeah, see, worked itself out. Okay, and that should be, well, that might actually not give me quite as much space as I want. But we're going for it. F4 Brother Hobby 1504.5. Cool, man. That sounds like a nice rig. I am just for the first time upgrading all my 5 inches to F7 flight controllers. I've been running F4 for a long time, not for quite as long as F4s have been out. I definitely took a little bit of time to transition from F3s to F4s, but the F7 was just never convincing enough to me, and I've had like the same flight controller on my 5-inch quads for years. The Bardwell F4 flight controller has been pretty bulletproof for me, which is kind of amazing. I think the only like consistent failure on that thing is the, what is it, the 9-volt power supply or whatever it is on it. 12 volt, I don't remember. Yeah, it's like a 9-volt power supply or something like that, which was supposed to provide clean power for like your video system, for a video system that wasn't 5 volt. And I always either ran high voltage like Unify HVs, which could benefit from a cleaner power supply, but it isn't necessary. Or I ran the Unify V2s and V3s, which are 5 volt only, so the 9 volt or 10 volt or whatever it was wouldn't do anything for me. Slapped together so you could fly HD, built for long cruising, usually explore the area. I love that. That's the type of flying that I enjoy doing as well, just kind of cruising, exploring. Long range is super fun, but it's super scary and high risk, but just being able to get out and explore, that's kind of why I love flying these days. I don't do hard freestyle hardly at all anymore. Not that I have anything against it. I still think freestyle is super cool. It looks great and it's super fun to do every once in a while, but the constant crashing, man, I can't afford that. 4 quads torn apart. Yeah. Swapping FCs. Oh, swapping to DJI as well. Yeah, the F7 swap, like, there's not even that many advantages currently, but I know that as Betaflight keeps improving, I only run Betaflight, but all the flight firmwares, as we keep improving them, like the F7s, and who knows, maybe even the H7s will make more and more sense for the average pilot. So it's more that I found this Acon hardware at like a really great price. It was on clearance at Race Day Quads, and so I jumped on that deal, and then yeah, so it was just kind of good timing to be able to make an upgrade that I had been wanting to make already. Yeah, so it worked out well. Dang, that's a nice flight time. 12 to 15 minutes is awesome. Haven't used the lithium ion yet. Yeah, lithium ion's fun. I would show you my 7-inch right now, but it's on the wall and I've got cables running through it to get to this GoPro. So I can't undo that cabling and pull the quad off the wall. But yeah, I've built some home-built lithium ion packs. I've got them both right here. I've got some cells to make another one right there. Those are 21700s. So I've got an 18650 pack here, and slow cruising on, oh, we got some sand in there. Slow cruising on my 5-inch, I can get like 9 minutes of flight time with this guy. But my 5 inches have always been built pretty heavy, and I carry a full-size Hero 7. And then this is a pack with the 21700 cells. It's discharging right now. And this guy on my 5-inch can get, what is it, like 13 minutes of like moderate cruising, which again, heavy setup carrying a full-size GoPro. On my 7-inch, I've run these two in parallel, and that's where I can get, like, I haven't actually pushed my flight time to see like my maximum yet. But a couple of times with that setup, twice now, I have flown out 2.5 miles and come back like a longer path to get back. So it's probably like a 6-mile round trip, probably, and up significant elevation. I'm already at elevation. I'm talking like I don't know the meters, but it's up to like, it's starting at like 11,000 feet and going up to like 13,000 feet of elevation up in the Colorado mountains. And yeah, it's not too bad for fully loaded 5-inch 608. It's not too bad. But yeah, so I'll do like a 7 or a 6 mile round trip at elevation, like cruising pretty fast with the 7-inch, and I'll come back and the battery will only be at like 3.5 volts a cell, which is like where you want to land for LiPo batteries, but like there's still so much room left for the lithium ions. Like I probably don't even need to run them in parallel. I could probably just do it with one of the 2 packs with the 21700. There we go, that's better. But I just get so nervous sending a drone that far away. I just want all the battery I can get as security, I guess, just in case something goes wrong. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4. It's pretty fun, yeah. Have you ever tried long range, like proper long range flying? um, with any sort of rig. That's the thing. Like people get so up in their heads. They're like, oh, you can only do true long range with a wing or with a 7-inch or a 10-inch. But I'm like, it's kind of all objective. Like true long range, it totally depends on like where you are, where you're flying, what your rig is, and what you're comfortable with. Like, yes, you could set like a, why is that not going on? Nice. Yeah, I've been wanting to get some of those micro long range, either Dave C's builds or one that's inspired by him. So like the Flywoo Explorer being one of those. I've wanted one of those for a while, but have yet to pull the trigger. I kind of was hesitant because around the time I was about to get one of those, I was also starting to look seriously at upgrading from analog to DJI. I ended up not doing that, but I also ended up not getting the Explorer, so yeah, kind of still have it in the budget. If I want to pick one of those up, I could make that happen. The Recon 5 looks awesome, or Recon, or however you say it. Diatone frame, that's cool. Yeah, the Dave C's frames, whatever his company's name is, Recon. Those all look awesome. I've held one of the Recon 5s in person, and it's just crazy how lightweight it is. I'm sure you could build just a super endurance quad out of that, which most people don't think of being really possible on 5-inch, to have like super endurance. And I think he's coming out with a 7-inch next, which, being in the mountains at elevation, is super appealing because the air's so much thinner here than a lot of places where people fly, and so you just lose efficiency when you're flying in the mountains because the air's thinner, so you lose efficiency. And so a larger propeller size, if you can build a quad that's like the same or similar weight, but a larger propeller size, then yeah, you're just gonna gain a ton of efficiency. That's why I've kind of honed in on 7-inch recently. Yeah, the price of the analog version was it's crazy how cheap it is, realistically. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that's what when I first started long range, I built up this like chunky, like $1,000, once you had like the GoPro and a big battery on the back, like the whole thing all up was probably like $1,000 in the air. And I was so nervous sending that thing more than like a mile or two, just because you lose $1,000. Now, like with the Explorer, like it's, what'd you say, $150, and then if you want to add like a naked GoPro to that and then add the battery, like you do increase the price a little bit, but it's still not awful. It's definitely still going to be under $500 if you put a cheap GoPro on it, or a used GoPro that you turn to a naked GoPro or something like that. That's probably what I would do. Is I have a Hero 6 lying around that I could strip down. I'm nervous to do that though, because I keep seeing everybody say that the naked GoPros keep frying, and you have to like get a like special voltage regulator for there to be any chance for it to work. So I'm just afraid of building it out or stripping down the GoPro and then having it just fry and losing it totally, because that would not be fun. That would not be a fun day for me. So yeah, we'll see if I end up doing anything like that. Okay, that's good. That's nice spacing. And then yeah, okay, this stack is great. This stack, I was nervous that I wasn't gonna have enough room to get nuts on the top, but I hate how long that wire is. I wonder if I can use one of the other guys. Just run it back. Yeah, but I keep seeing like the whoever sells those Beck boards, Beta FPV I think is one of them. Whoever sells those, like, that are specifically for like naked GoPros, apparently those just keep failing and the GoPro dies with it. Like, it's not just the Beck board that dies, but I'm sure if I just put a Beck before that board, it could help a lot. So even if, but I don't know, I'm just nervous because it's like a $300 GoPro, or I don't know, it was at the time when I got it, the Hero 6, and yeah, it would just suck to lose it for something dumb like that. Yeah, this is a shorter cable. I'm gonna try my hand at that. I think a lot of that was noobs getting into the hobby, not really having a clue what was going on. Do you mean Beta FPV backboards? I bought one of the backboards early on, so I might actually have the V1. So maybe I'll trash that. It's only a few bucks. Maybe I'll trash that and get a new one if there's just a known issue with the V1. That's, if it's been resolved, then I'd have more confidence. But right now I don't have any information that. Yeah, I haven't kept up with it super closely, but as far as I know, those issues haven't been fixed. But if you're telling me otherwise, that would be great news. Run it from the battery tabs on the ESC to a back to the connector for the V2 board. Hey Ken Hill, sorry man, I'm a total noob and I'm just running the GoPro audio. I could try and boost it. Let me see. All right. Yeah, sorry if the audio quality is crap. I can't quickly find anywhere to adjust that. Whoops, there goes my flight controller. So in the meantime, I'm just gonna leave it as is, and I'll just try and talk louder. This is my first time ever streaming on YouTube. And so I am learning as I go, and yeah, not everything's gonna be perfect, so just bear with me a little bit. patience is much appreciated. Yeah, if I'll just try and talk louder, I guess. All right. Try and pin this guy up. Ooh, which way do these even go? No, Ken. I wouldn't dare ever ask you to go out of your way and turn your volume up. No, you're good, man. It's all right. I'm totally open to feedback here, 'cause like I said, first time giving this a shot, and my setup's pretty standard, like or really basic, not standard. It's really basic, and so it's definitely not going to be premium quality by any stretch of the imagination. Literally all I have right now is a GoPro Hero 7 running into a $12 purchased from Amazon part that's a video capture device to turn HDMI out of the GoPro into a USB 3 signal, and then my computer reads the USB signal, and I went ahead and downloaded OBS and just set up 2 scenes in OBS so that I could have this and I could have this and back to that. So yeah, sorry about that, Ken. I will try and focus on keeping things nice and crystal clear for you guys. Yeah, I forgot that today was Saturday and Ciati wasn't streaming today, so and I wanted to do some building, and I was gonna build while Ciati was live, and then saw that he wasn't streaming, so I decided to give it a shot myself, you know how you just kind of take an opportunity, you see an opening, and come on. And yeah, and now I have a live stream currently going, so that's fun. Not really what I expected to do with my evening, but I think it's fun. I think it'll be fun to I don't know, maybe I'll do this on occasion, kind of more than just once. I am almost always off on Saturdays, so I don't know who else in the FPV world streams on Saturdays. I don't really keep up with streams other than Bardwell's and Ciati's. So if I'm not interrupting, not that my presence on YouTube is ever going to really interrupt anybody else, but if there's an opening, yeah, maybe I'll do something a little more regular. I think that could be super fun. Okay, so here's where I need to figure out my motor mapping, because I rotated the ESC because I prefer the XT60 pads to come out the right side of the build. That's how I have it on all my quads currently, and I just strap it in with the battery like that. You know, well, I don't know. So when you rotate the ESC, you can either do motor mapping in Betaflight CLI, but then anytime you reflash Betaflight, update the firmware, you have to redo that, and I hate that. So I'd much prefer to repin these plugs to be able to just have the back right ESC go to motor 1, the front right ESC go to motor 2. So that's what I need to figure out. So that is labeled 3 there. So take on the ESC, I should plug this in. I can't see because there's a glare. 3 is 4-3. So it's the second white wire. That white wire is motor 1. I should do this the other way. 1, 2, 3, 4, because yeah. Okay, 4 is 2. So find motor 2 on the ESC and put that there. And now I don't have to jump around. I can just say, I can just do them straight in a line on the flight controller side anyways. Okay. Come on. Ugh. I hate bending these wires doing this. It feels like such a fragile process. I always feel like I'm gonna break something. All right. Oop, is it in? Feels like it's in. Okay. 4 is done. 3 is labeled 4. So that will be ESC wire 4. And that's going to be 3. So that goes in there. Oh, that one was nice and easy. Love it. Won't pull out. Good. Okay. 2 is labeled 1. So we take the last ESC wire, which here should in fact be labeled 1. It is. And we put that in the next pin, which should be motor 2 on the flight controller. Come on. There we go. And last one's the last one, but I'm just going to confirm it. It's motor 3 on the ESC. Is motor 1 on the flight controller. Motor 4, 3. 3 goes to motor 1. Ah, so close. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is how you pin a flight controller to ESC during the build to remap your motors, so you don't have to remap your motors in Betaflight. Not that remapping your motors in Betaflight is difficult. It's not. I just prefer to do it this way. It's not difficult. And then yellow and then blue. I just prefer to do it this way. It's kind of a set it and forget it. If you do ever like crash and break this harness or break the ESC, or like you're ever having to replace either part of the stack, and you just have to keep an eye on, as you're unplugging and replugging this harness, like make sure if the harness is good, just keep this harness in. Don't replace it. Like if you get a new stack or something, or a new ESC, don't replace the harness with a new harness that comes with the new ESC. Just keep the wiring that's already in there for as long as it works. But I've been doing that long enough on, like, almost 3 years, I guess, on my Stingy frame. I think that was 3 years ago. I think I looked that up recently, that I first started flying my Stingy frame with almost the exact same setup I have on it now. What's up, EBR? I'm building an X-Hover Blaster. There it is. Blaster V2. Not that you can see that. With some drib motors, hype trains, and an Acon stack. You can see it that way. Acon 32-bit, 35 amp, 30 by 30 ESC. Then I just finished wiring up the harness for it to go to the Acon F7 30 by 30. And let's see if it's long enough to allow me to avoid having to rotate the flight controller in Betaflight. And it is. Bingo. We'll give that, I don't know, one quick twist. Set that in there. And that is how we do. That's how I like it. Let me rotate that around for you guys, I guess. So, woo. That's clean. That's how I like it. All right. Got that wiring harness just tucked nicely in through there. Okay. I should probably plug into Betaflight before I solder anything to the flight controller. But before I do that, I'm gonna re-solder on my XT60 and figure out the best way to do that. On every other build I've done recently, almost every other build I've done recently. Thank you, EBR. Yeah. I got the Acon gear on clearance at race day quads, but it's like super top end gear. And then the frame I've had sitting around for a few months. I've wanted to build one of these for, well, since it first came out. I really like X-Hover frames. And then I've been flying drib motors for the better part of 3 years now, and I really like them. So I'm gonna keep running them until I decide not to. Okay. I don't know how I want to do this. Let's give it a shot. So, quick explanation of why I'm confused. The 4-in-1 ESC I've been running has these battery pads. You can't quite see that stick out. And so I just run my XT60 vertical off of those pads. And then I strap my battery to the quad and plug it in. And I plug it in there, and I let the battery strap run over both of those leads there, and it just secures everything in a really nice package. Without these tabs sticking out further than the flight controller sticks out, it just kind of makes things... There we go. It just kind of complicates because now I can't run straight vertical out of there, because then I'm going to be bumping the flight controller, and that's going to add noise to the gyro. So I want to make sure I'm clearing the flight controller. So there's a small chance that I'll end up rotating this ESC, but that means I'm running this out the back, and I've always really kind of hated that. Although in this frame, it doesn't seem that bad, to be honest. But I just really prefer that side run where I can get it vertically. So I'm gonna try a couple things. I'm gonna learn along the way. 30 by 30, usually go budget with Mamba. Yeah, you can save a lot of money. Okay. Yeah, I don't have a lot of 20 by 20 rigs right now. And the ones that I do have, like my Cinewoop, are just using whatever I had lying around at the moment. I honestly don't even remember what's in this one. It's like super generic. It's like omnibus, flight controller, and pretty dated stuff actually, from like 3 years ago. Okay, let's get the soldering iron cranked up a bit. And yeah, we're gonna, like I said, I'm gonna try a couple things, and I don't expect to nail it the first try on getting these ESC pads the way I like them. Alright, let's bump that forward so y'all can see. There's my tweezers. And yeah, we'll just give it a shot. Okay, positive. Oh boy. There we go. Come on. I don't love it. Here we go. Dang it. There we go. Again, not perfect. But let's just see how that works out. So that bends up nicely without really creasing it. And then I could do... okay, I don't love it. Let me see though. Slap that on. We got clearance there. Grab the top plate. You know, that could work. That could totally work. Whoops. All right. Just do a quick dry fit. I really got to be comfortable with this because I have had too many prop strikes on my battery lead over the years, and I'm sick and tired of it. No more. Yeah, EBR, I keep hearing good things about the Acon hardware. So it just made, oh, there's tons. This is like a 5.5 inch, maybe. There's tons of clearance though. It's only close to that front or that rear standoff. That's going to be the front of the quad, back of the quad. Yeah, I keep hearing good things about the Acon hardware, so it just kind of made sense to give it a shot. I might shorten that positive lead. To get it to wrap around a little bit better. I want these to like nestle in with each other like that, but the red one's just a little too long to get that. And then I want this to be like perpendicular to the top plate, and then plug in the XT60 there. That's the way I like. I usually do it so it's the other way, perpendicular, but it really doesn't matter, I guess. And yeah. Let me make sure I'm on live chat here just in case. And 1 second, folks. Right. Is T-Motor the one who makes that P60 ESC as well? I've heard awesome things about all of T-Motor's hardware. I've actually started recommending that to people who ask as well. So yeah, that totally makes sense if you're having a good experience with them. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, it was Ciati who posted the clearance deal for these stacks, and I went and picked up 3 of them because I had a few 5-inch rigs that needed some updated hardware. All of my 5-inch rigs were on F4 flight controllers, and I wanted to get up to F7. One of my 5 inches was still on BL Heli S ESCs, which, like, you can get good performance on all of those setups. You can still get good performance on BL Heli S and on F4, but I just know that moving forward, the reality is things are being designed for F7 and for BL Heli 32. It just makes a lot of the features that I really like, such as RPM filtering, makes tuning easier, it seems like. Whoops. Fell out of bed into your stream. Ooh. That is too early, my dude. Go get some rest. Today was my day off work, so I slept in, and then I took a mid-afternoon nap. I cannot blame you for wanting a little more sleep. I'll see you later, man. Take it easy. Alright. Let me get this trimmed up. Yeah, the additional UARTs and lack of inversion issues. Although I haven't had to mess with UART inversion in a while. I've been on Crossfire for probably like 2 years now. I was, yeah, not a late adopter to Crossfire, but it definitely I stuck it out with Free Sky for a good long time, and yeah, the switch over to Crossfire, it's you need a full UART for Crossfire, so it's nice to have most F7 flight controllers have additional UARTs, so like that's a really nice thing that they offer. But the UART inversion hasn't been something I've had to really consider for a while, which is nice. There we go. All right, I'm gonna redo this ground as well. That's such a nice solder joint right there on the positive. It's shiny and bulbous, just how we like it. There we go. All right. So what I'm gonna do is strip back a little more of that insulation after I... Alright. Come on. Wow. That is a heavy ground. Alright, that should be good enough. Yeah. Yeah. Link quality. Man. Man, oh man. I just don't have to think about it anymore. Like yeah, not even like I do some long range flying, like a couple miles out, and I barely, at this point, like if I have a new rig that I haven't flown before, or like I'm trying a new antenna orientation, like obviously I'm gonna take things easy for that, and like really, like keep an eye on my link quality for the first few flights up close, and then the first time I take it out at distance, I'm gonna keep a close eye on it the whole flight, and then especially like, you know, the first time I try to do it like a turn around with it at distance, like anytime you're rotating the quad and potentially putting more carbon between the transmitting antenna and receiving antenna, like it's just good to keep an eye out for that stuff. But on my long range quads right now, like I've already taken them past their like first like little test drives like that, and I'm just very confident in them that I barely focus on my link quality during most flights these days, which is, it's so nice to be able to just be confident in it and not have to worry about it. It lets you focus on the flying. Yeah, like you said, just fly and have fun. Absolutely. That's what it's all about. All right. Let's get this going. A little too bulbous. Definitely doesn't look like it's shorting across, but it's pretty close. The ball from that negative is on the insulation of the positive wire, which I know isn't an issue because it's insulated, but it just makes me nervous. Yeah, that's smart. I've just been doing this way with the XT60 out the side for long enough. Whoops. There we go. Where this is one of the few things where I'm just kind of stuck in my way, and it's not something that is ever going to really matter in a significant way. So it's just build preference. It's as long as it's not in the way of prop strike or anything, like it's not going to inhibit flight performance in a real way. So I'm just going to stick with it for now until it becomes an issue. Just because I really like the way that I can run a battery strap around the connector. I haven't had a battery unplug in a crash. Oh, that's not true. I had one. I had one this last weekend, but that was actually the XT60 was not strapped in the battery strap. So on a rig where I have on my normal setup, I try to have the rig like this, front of the quad, and I have the battery whichever which way works, and then I strap that to the side and I strap that there, and then I run the battery strap around where those are plugged into each other. And on a rig like that, where I've had that strapped in, I haven't had a battery come disconnected in a crash ever. So if I can keep preventing that, that's worth it to me, because that's one of the easiest ways to lose a quad in a serious crash. Is it's in the grass or in a tree, and if you can't activate the beeper or anything because the battery came unplugged, then you're screwed. I mean, obviously there are extenuating circumstances where something could happen and you could you could fry something, and so the battery's no longer powering it because it blew up or whatever. But I'm still on 4S currently. All of this gear is 6S capable, so I'm gonna I got a bunch of free batteries at Rampage because they were just kind of handing them out at the end, and I got like 5 new 4S batteries. So I had been planning on upgrading to 6S, and then that happened, and so there was kind of no point in buying new batteries when I had been gifted a bunch. Next time I buy any batteries, it's going to be 6S moving forward. Yeah, I haven't quite figured out what I'm going to do with the cap on this setup yet. That's actually the next thing that I should be thinking of right now. In the past, I've been super confident in just running short wires and then like placing a cap up here or back here and just doing some short like I think usually like 26 gauge wire. Is that right? What are these? No, not no, small, like either 20 or 18 gauge wire, like spare motor wire essentially. And then I'm probably just gonna do this 470 microfarad, and because that'll fit nicely right there behind the camera. And then I'll do a communications bundle, VTX and RX out the back here. I think I'm gonna switch it up. For a while I've been running Immortal T's out on the arms like that, and the range decrease that I've been getting on that is just not worth it. So I'm gonna try a few different things, I think, but I'm probably going to start with Immortal L, Mr. Steele's famed, using the standard whip antenna here, not the Immortal T, and then running it off the rear standoff like that at an L shape. So that'll probably be my way forward for the time being, at least. Okay, XT60 secured. Let me actually, no, I'll leave that undone. I'm going to find a smoke stopper and plug in a battery. First power up, yeah, bud. I know I have a smoke stopper somewhere. Have I had to use my smoke stopper anytime recently? No, not really, because I barely crash anymore, so I barely build anymore, to be honest. But there is my smoke stopper. Just one of these cheap digital ones. Right. And that battery should work. Check everything here. Black is ground. Whoop. I should probably, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna unplug this. That black is ground, red is positive. Okay, I'm gonna unplug the flight controller just because I'm a nervous wreck. I'm gonna give that a go. Oh shoot, we're going. All right, there was a short, I think, but no smoke. Was it just the motor beeps? Maybe. Nope, it's really going. Sounds like it's arcing. Is it? Yeah, what is it? Okay, check for solder balls. Yeah, 608, the, who makes it? V-Fly? I think that's the one that you should get. It's like 20 bucks or something. It seems totally worth it on every level. Let me get you a link to it. Oh, come back. Vi-Fly smoke stopper. The LEDs are just race wire, but it could be that. Let me, how do I get into the chat here? It gives me the live chat in Streamlabs OBS. There, I'll just post the link there. Vi-Fly short stopper. Get the V2. Well, shoot, now I'm nervous, you know, to plug it in. Because if there's just motor, all there is motor wires. So unless the ESC is DOA, it shouldn't be shorting, because motor wires shorted together don't make smoke. They might smoke I guess they could smoke a motor. But yeah. Okay. I'm guessing it's just over amp drawing this, although yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the amp limit on this smoke stopper is. I mean, I don't see, unless there's like a really narrow, short, like bridge on these race wire motor pads, because it's really tight soldering there, so there totally could be. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is why you listen to your friend Aaron Ciotti and you buy a 5X loop with his link on Amazon. Might be a motor screw. No, it's not a motor screw. All of my, well, all my motor screws, you say look at motor 2. You talking about the wires on motor 2? All my motor screws are almost too short on this rig, actually. I've always tried to run longer motor screws. And on this rig, I got kind of the right size. Okay. So, hate this. This motor is kind of clicking. Motor 4. Man, I don't know. I kind of just want to try it. Because that's the thing, is like, you can usually feel if motor wires are shorted together, the motor won't spin freely. None of these motors are new and loose. They're all used motors, but ooh gosh, this makes me nervous, but I kind of just want to plug it in. Crazy. What would be, could it be that? I hate this. Okay, plugging in. That was quite a pop. Whew, no fire. I felt my hand was on the battery lead on the quad here, and I felt a pop in the ground wire. I've never felt that before. That's sketchy, man. Okay, one more time. Okay, it's fine. Screw me. All right, that's nerve-wracking. All right, I'm gonna grab the flight controller. I'm just gonna plug it into USB standard just to get it booted up so that I can report if it's DOA as proof that I did nothing wrong. So it's gonna be off stream and plug in. We got boot light. We got activity light. I'm gonna, yeah, super scary, man, when that happens. Here, let's see if I can do this and this. I'm guessing you guys can still hear me. Do you guys only see a tiny bit of the screen there? Or do you see the whole thing? It looks like you only see a tiny little bit. Oh, let's see if I can resize it. There we go. Come on. Work with me. There we go. That's closer. How does that look to you guys? Okay. Yeah, just a little bit. Alright, connect. We've got connectivity. That's all I need. Disconnect. And back to bench cam. Looks good. Good. Thank you. Okay. Well, now this smoke stopper's worthless to me, right? And it's the only one I have. But like, what am I supposed to do with that? Yeah, so now I just have to plug in the flight controller without a smoke stopper. And fingers crossed that we get a little fireworks show. Or not. Please no. I don't like that. Okay, and nervous. It's always nervous. Double A, what's up? Welcome, sir. Hope you're doing well. You're about to witness some magic smoke, maybe. Yeah, nothing special here. Just, there we go. Awesome. Okay. Stack is functional. I could do some preliminary beta flight setup. Actually, yeah, I'm gonna I'm gonna get some motors spinning and make sure my mapping and check motor direction, and I'm gonna flash new versions of Betaflight and new versions of BL Heli to the quad now. So that's what we're gonna do. Moving over. Love this part. Audio might get a little quiet. I'm just gonna shout. We can swap back to desktop. Okay. Alright. I'm actually going to start over in BL Heli. Nah. That takes too long. Should be that. And connect. Oh wait, I don't have battery plugged in. Good job. Oh wait, I didn't get second tones. Uh-oh. I didn't get a second set of ESC tones. Okay, it read, or motor beeps. It read everything. Why didn't I get the second set of tones? Oh, because I'm plugged into BL Heli. Okay. Man, making me nervous. 32.8. Flash. Oh man, I should go reheat my dinner. I got distracted by building and stopped eating food. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna let this run. I'll be right back. Alright, what do we got? Hey Dauntless. How you doing, man? Alright, what do we got? Flash successfully, success. Yup. Gotta love a Mac. Gotta love it. Alright, okay, 32.8. Go ahead and wait. I'll keep Projection. I usually don't mess with too much of this stuff. Except for when I have to. Oh, I haven't tried variable PWM frequency yet. Let's just get motors spinning. Rebooting. Alright. Be right back. Okay. Ooh. Shush. Shush, shush, shush. Stop doing that. Why are we doing that? It's unnecessary. Stop making unnecessary noises. You're making me nervous. Alright. Here we go. Excuse me. Motors are spinning. Yeah, my motors are a little noisy too. Okay. I gotta decide which way I want my motors to spin. I've always gone motors normal direction, motors in. I think I'm gonna switch to motors out on these rigs. 3 new builds, 3 new lifestyle. Yeah. Alright, so let's do one at a time. There we go. So motors out, Alan's right. Goodness. Don't like how that sounds. Oh goodness. It doesn't like that either. What is going on? It's just twitching. It's not heating up. But it ain't happy. Yeah, you might have been right about motor 2 having, oh Lord. You don't like that. Motor 3 needs to be reversed. Motor 4 needs to be reversed. Motor 2 is pissed. I wonder if it's the motor on motor 2, because I had a motor. Okay, now it's getting warm. Motor's out here. Let's see. I won't be able to show you that. I don't have a long enough USB cable. It's just twitching. I don't know if you can hear it. It's not happy. Oh wait, there it goes. Fucking hell. Yeah, it's not consistent though. And it's going the right way. Okay, so just 3 and 4. Wrong way. Wrong way. It's super inconsistent and it's buzzy. And I mean, I'm looking at the solder joints on motor 2 and they all look separated. I'm gonna guess that it's the motor and not the solder joints or the ESC, because I think I pulled this off a rig that it was having the same issue and I just blamed the ESC before diagnosing it at all. So I'm pretty sure I've got a dead motor, or a dying motor. So I might swap that motor out. Yeah. Yeah. There it goes twitching again. Yeah, it's super inconsistent. It could be the solder joint, you know. I might be wrong. I'll just redo the whole thing. And, ooh, errors. I'm not in beta flight. So let's, hold on. Let me get in here and reverse 3 and 4. Sorry, I'm just, yeah, figuring this out as I go. Alright, check. Oh wait, that would have shown me, right? Here we go. Reversed. Reversed. Wait, I gotta do this one at a time. Damn it. I haven't done this in forever. Right setup. 4. Reversed. Right setup. I'm sure there's a faster way to do this. Okay. Okay, that's all I need with BL Heli. Close. Yeah. I'm sure we'll see some errors if I come in here and I turn on. Man, it's just... Which motor is that? You know? I don't know what's going on. Yeah. It seems like there's some sort of bigger issue here. Alright, let's get D-Shot 600. Yeah, that's alright. I've got an F7 board so I can run 8K, 8K, 180, and motor direction is reversed. Save. Oh Lord. One shot. Huh? I just set the D-Shot. Oh yeah, I did. Okay. When I saved and rebooted there, the motors spun up for a second. For a very short second. Like all 4 motors spun up. I have not seen that ever. I didn't think that was an issue with modern Betaflight. Oh, I forgot to flash Betaflight. That's the other thing I was going to do. What version am I on? 411. Yeah, let's update that. Yeah, something's not right, man. It's making me nervous. I don't have props on or anything, so it can't really do that much to me. But it's still gonna make me nervous, you know. Here, let's see if I can overlay the 1 second video capture device, GoPro cam, add source. See if I can like overlay this and then I don't know, tilt it up so you can see my dinner. So I can show you a little bit of what's happening with the quad, I guess. Not really. Here, let me do this. I'm gonna unplug from here. I'm gonna stretch this over to the other side. And that'll give it a little more slack. So I can actually get the quad. There we go. So I don't even have to tilt it. There we go. Yeah, it spun up when I hit save and reboot on the configuration tab, which makes me crazy nervous. Where did I put anything for anything? Anywhere. Acon, there we go. What target does this take? Airbot, alien whoop. Con F7. 429. Lovely. Full chip erase. Yeah. Load. Oh, nope. Online. Unplug and plug the battery and see if it resets itself after sitting a second. Let me flash it, see what happens, and then I might try that. Alright, it's flashing. I don't know what you guys can see on your end. I'm trying to, oh, right. Trying to give you a view of everything. Unplug the flight controller and then plug the battery in with just the ESC. See if it resets itself after sitting for a second. Okay, yeah, I will do that once it flashes. Flash successful. Get a quick connect, apply custom defaults. I can go ahead and there we go. No output protocol. Accelerometer is not calibrated. 2 steps. Alright, here we go. Flat surface. Calibrate. Ooh, I should wait. I gotta redo that. Push down the flight controller because it's not buttoned down yet. Calibrate. Configuration. Motor protocol. D-Shot 600. Bidirectional enabled. Reversed. Reverse. Alright, let's just set these basics again real quick. Not that it matters. Ooh, what's the name for the blaster? You can see all my wonderfully original Remy Tim related craft names. Tiny Tim is a good one. I can't go Remy V2, that was my Stingy V2. Even though this is the Blaster V2, I think Blaster Tim has to be it. It's the name has to be either Remy something or something Tim. That's just how the naming goes. So Blaster Tim, Blaster Tim kind of makes the most sense. It doesn't quite roll off the tongue, but man, we're getting down to the important stuff, like like craft name. You know, the stuff that really matters, folks. OSD on, telemetry output, dynamic filter, D-Shot when it's set, and great. Okay, this is where I hit save and reboot. Remy Blaster, that's not bad. Remy Blaster or Blaster Tim? Which one? Remy Blast? Okay, I'll come back to it, but I'm gonna hit save and reboot, and this is where last time it spun up. So, fingers crossed. Okay. No issues. Crazy, man. Oh, I hate it. I hate that it makes me nervous like that. Failsafe drop, great. Pin tuning, I'll set that up later. I don't have anything plugged in, so none of this actually matters right now. Or I don't have anything wired up. What I want to do, motor direction is reversed. Motors, I want to come in here and check. Out. No error, but man, it does not sound happy. Blast Tim. Ooh, you get the blast of Blaster and T and Tim. That's actually good. The Blast Tim. Okay, I kind of like that. Good one, Droney Droid. Alright. Or Drone Droid. It's just Drone Droid, right? Um, I think I'm gonna replace that motor. I think that's got to be the issue. So I'm gonna do that real quick. You know, I'm gonna do blast Tim before I forget, because man, that's good. Blast Tim, blast Tim, blast Tim. Yeah, I like that, man. All right. And bench cam. All right. That motor's definitely a little warm too compared to the rest, and it should not be heating up because the PID loop's not active when you're the PID loop is not active when you're spinning them up in the motors tab. So the fact that the motor's warm means, oh shit. Oh, that's right. I forgot this motor has, oh shit. It's not stripped out. It's, I don't know if you guys can see that. I will try to show you. The, so I thought the mounting for that fourth screw was stripped out. So I only put 3 screws in. I did that intentionally. Let me see if that'll focus. Whoops, see, there it goes. That is the threaded portion of the inside of the motor screw housing. It's ripped off. That motor's experienced some serious damage at some point. So yeah, motor 2 is getting swapped, and I should have a brand new motor lying around here, which is always a nice luxury, you know, instead of grabbing another like used motor off another rig and like swapping that, and it's like, yeah, it's good, but it's not great. It's always so nice to put a fresh motor on a rig. If I could find it, that is. I thought it was on the ground right here. Hold on. If not, I could just pull one off another rig until I find it. Check one more place. Oh, there it is. Boom. Gotcha. There it is. Yep. Okay. I had to make sure that was the right box. Yeah, so I think motor 2 is at the end of its life, which totally makes sense because the quad that I pulled this from was having that same exact issue. This is a brand new ESC. It's a brand new flight controller. And last time I flew the rig that had these motors on it, it was flying fine. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, one of the motors, I don't remember which arm it was on, but I didn't keep the arm order the same, so it doesn't matter, but one of the motors did that. I plugged in a battery, I armed the quad, and 3 motors spun up normally, and 1 motor just sat there and kind of twitched around like this one was doing about half the time on the bench just now. Yeah, so that's got to be it. It's very unlikely at this point that it's an ESC issue or a soldering issue. I do see that these solder joints here, especially on this side, are really close. If you're looking at this side, there's like a little peak on that middle wire that looks like it could be close, but I can see a clear gap. But honestly, like, the gap between these motors is not even as close as the gap, the gap on these wires is closer. So I'd be more worried about motor 4 than I would about motor 2 in terms of the soldering. I'm not just trying to defend my soldering, but I'm also trying to defend my soldering because, man, I've been doing this for a while. I'm not perfect. I'm not trying to claim to be perfect, but I'm decent. I'm decent. Yeah. Okay. Glad I tested that before I like finished the build and really buttoned everything down. Feels much, I mean, I know it doesn't make a difference swapping the motor now or at the end of the process, but by the end of a build, you've always like got your hopes up of like, man, this thing's great, I'm so excited to fly it, whatnot, this and that, and you're just like, to get beat down with yeah, except it's dead. The quad's not gonna fly. Like, to be beat down with that always really sucks. All right. Yeah, dude, it's not a bad knife. I actually I found this knife at one of my jobs. I was working at a conference center doing audiovisual tech work, and the conference center I worked at, our department, the AV department, had a van like from the 60s or something, like this super old van. And yeah, here you can see the motor mount on that corner is gone. So yeah, I don't know when this thing really took damage like that, but yeah, probably just kind of got beat up over time. I've probably had this set of motors for a couple years or something now, so not that surprising. Anyways, the knife, yeah, so the department I was working in had this van that we would use to transport like speaker systems or whatever from like one auditorium to another, because we were on a large campus with like 7 auditoriums, and then we had to manage like moving tables into classrooms and stuff for speakers who were visiting and whatnot. Yeah, we just had a lot of stuff to move around, and like most of the time, like if you're setting up for a speaker, there's already what you need for that speaker in that building, or for, you know, whatever conference it is, there's already what that conference needs in that building. Like, we were well stocked in each building, but occasionally like you'd have to move stuff around. But anyways, in this van, I was moving stuff around, and under one of the back seats in the van, there's like this bench style seat. I just found this knife and I was like, hey, cool, I don't have like a everyday carry utility knife. So I picked it up, and it was like super dull, and like the tip had like a dent out of it, and I just used it for that summer, and then I just kept using it, and then eventually I got around to like sharpening it and like honing the tip, and yeah, it's a good knife. Take a bad motor any day. Yeah, dude, especially with foreign ones. This came off a rig that had individual ESCs, which is why I blamed the ESC, because I was like, yeah, that's a $12 fix right there. Super easy to replace well, not easy to replace it, but cheap to replace an individual ESC. So I kind of decided that was the case, and then said to myself, well, I'm getting rid of these ESCs anyways, or at least getting rid of the rig that it's on, and kind of doing a whole new rig. I guess I can keep the bell. off this. That's probably a good idea, right? I don't do that all that often, but where's my 2 mil? Just use this one. Hey, random. How's it hanging, my good man? Oh boy. Wait. Why does this move a little bit? I can move it, and then it tightens back up. That must be the, dang. That must be the, Loctite, the red Loctite sinking in. I don't want to snap this screw. Oh man. I know heat would help. Yeah, I'm gonna snap that if I keep going. Dang. Dang, dang, dang. Alright, that's a project for another time. Let's focus on this quad at hand. I do want to salvage that bell though, because it's probably a perfectly good bell. You know, when I was flashing the ESC, I went back to the kitchen and re-microwaved my dinner because I just let it get cold, and I have not taken a bite since. That is the definition of ADHD hyper focusing. Is you say, yes, I'm going to feed myself, I'm going to take care of my body. My body is a temple, this and that. And then you run off to do that, and then you come back to what you were doing before. And it doesn't matter. Nothing matters other than what's in front of you. Super fun. Heat up with soldering iron. Yeah, heat up my dinner with the soldering. No, I know you mean the motor bell. Set screw, rather. Yeah. That's the right idea. I'll do that in a minute, I guess. I'd just rather focus on this build. I also do have a heat gun here, which would be better. I know I've never actually had to heat up a set screw to remove it before. But this one I can just feel is way tighter than other ones I've removed. Which would be better? I'm guessing the soldering iron would take a little bit longer, but would be more direct heat, whereas the hot air gun would just kind of blast the whole thing with high heat, but is less direct. Is there a preferred way to go about that? I don't know. Random, it is late here. It is 10 p.m. 10:14, and it is well past dinner time. I made this dinner like 2 hours ago, 3 hours ago, and sat down with it and turned on the stream immediately. Hey, Private Island. More direct. Yeah, that's what I thought, Drone Droid. But good to know. Yeah, good to know. All right. That's heated up. Let's go ahead and get this motor on, and we can confirm it's going the right direction. Oof. Oh man. Excuse me. I know y'all should probably just love the sound of me scarfing down food and chugging water. Definitely not an alcoholic beverage. Shh. My mom subscribed to my YouTube channel. Shh. I'm just kidding. She doesn't care. Yeah, I'll try and keep mouth sounds to a minimum. Cause we're hanging out, you know? I'm just building, having a good time. There we go. On an arm, yeah, that actually makes sense. That we've got a little more leverage over it. Good call, Ken. Oh, random. Ugh, my dude. How are you? First lockdown. Do you mind if I ask what country you're in? That's crazy, man. That's crazy. I mean, I know we're like having like globally like really serious spikes in COVID case counts, especially with the Delta variant, and especially now that people are getting vaccinated. Everybody just thinks it's okay to travel again, and that is not the case. But a lot of people are just going back to living their life very casually and not taking precautions anymore. I'm guilty of that on some level. I'm not required to wear a mask at work anymore, and I don't because Australia. Oh wow. Yeah. Okay. Interesting. First, you said first lockdown. Wow. Like when did that start? When did you hit, like when did they announce lockdown? How recent was that? I'm curious, man, cuz man, that's wild. I'm in the United States, and as most people globally are aware, this country that I live in did not take things seriously early on, and so we had an early and extended lockdown as a result, and that is it's just been so much fun in all the worst ways possible. All right, let's move some stuff around and check motor direction again. Motor 2. Okay. Okay, let's go back to desktop. That's nice. This is actually going well. The scenes you can set up in OBS, that's like super convenient. This is fun trying to figure out streaming, you know? Battery plugging in. Nice. All right, let's go. I understand. Motor 2. No! What? No way. It's twitching. Why? Oh, that's crazy. I guess the motor I took off was fine. Wow. Yeah, I guess it is. I mean, you called that first thing too. There's so many other like race wire connections that look like they're so much closer than than this one. Let me just get my head right in the way. Okay, the side I just did is clean. I know that for sure. It's gotta be the other side then. And I guess, yeah, I mean, it's not a motor screw. Like, it's not. I could try backing them out a little bit. Man, that's crazy. All right. I left the soldering iron on, so we'll just get right into it. So then why was that happening on last Tuesday? Okay, interesting. Yeah, man. I mean, enjoy your lockdown. It sucks. Best of luck to you. Be safe and yeah, be safe and be smart. It's a crazy world out there. Alright, I'm just gonna redo these wires all together because I was not happy with the way they ran out of the ESC here. And although nothing looks inherently wrong up at the ESC, it just looks sloppy. And I don't like sloppy. Oh god, now I can't tighten this back down. Oh shit. Yeah. I got it like... I could also try bypassing the race wire. Which would have been easy before I cut the motor wires off, you know. Why is that so loose? The flight controller is loose on the grommets. That's weird. Right? You guys see that? Oh, let me get back to... Lockdown is due to 15 cases in the state. No. 15. Thank you for the clarification. That's insanity. That's crazy. Okay, hold on. It's really hard to see on camera, but the grommets are staying still. And the flight controller, it's not like squishing the grommets. It's sliding around. I don't know, it's weird. Anyways, man, 15 cases in lockdown. Australia is only made up of like 4 or 5 states, right? So that's like a big chunk of the country. Is that correct? I know you said you had to go soon, right? So just bail out whenever. I'm just curious. But yeah, if that's like, I guess a lot of the country is not highly populated, right? You've got a lot of like wilderness and stuff, the outback, but that's, yeah, so I don't know how populated South Australia is. Yeah, that's what you said. Sorry, I had to look back for the comment. Okay, so I'm just gonna redo this whole side of the race wire to ESC equation because I don't like what's going on. It makes me unhappy. So start from scratch, you know? Clean things off. I'll use the same wires, but Yeah, there are times where I wish that states here in the U.S. of A. I wish that some of our states would have shut down with 15 cases, because well, we could have saved a lot of lives that way, to be honest. Right. Yeah, man, take it easy, Ken. Thanks for hanging. Yeah, I hope I get this figured out too. No, I'm using new wire. It doesn't matter. It's not worth it. It's all baloney, you know? All of it. It's all baloney. Okay, let's get these all nice and clean. I really need to buy myself some new solder wick and a new flux pen, because I am all out of all those things, which is okay. I can get by without, but it's not preferred. Okay, that's a little thick on there. Gotta keep these guys narrow, slim, because the connectors are slim. So too much solder will probably just result in a repeat of the twitching we saw. Unless the twitching we saw was caused by something else, in which case I'm a lost cause. Alright. Tweezers. I really need to do a better job of just like keeping my left hand tools on the left hand side of the bench, you know? Oh boy. Yeah, that's a little big, but it's off to the side, so it should be okay. The middle one is where it gets tricky. I really get that straight on. Just the right amount of heat. That's crisp. That is really nice. And this last one, again, like it can be a little bulbous and a little off to the side. That's a little far to the side. Actually, no, that's pretty perfect. Hey, not too bad. Better than I was expecting, let's be real. Yeah. This is kind of an unfortunate turn of events if this turns out to be a bad ESC. I wonder if the smoke stopper was telling me something. For real. I thought it was just the motor tones were causing it to go off. But I've been wrong before. Just like once or twice. Not very often. But every new quad is full of new issues and new opportunities to learn. And I enjoy that for the most part. I tend to not let myself get overly frustrated at stuff. Let's see, maybe I can use these motor wires to mount the cap out here at the front. Yeah, that should work. I'll just I'll do that in a second, but the length on that is good. Okay, strip these. 1, 2. 3. Okay. Get these tinned up. Oof. Sweet. One. Two. Come on. Three. All right. At this point, if it doesn't work, oh, flight controller's not on. I was like, why did I not get the second tones? That's what it's come to. I'm freaking out over little things like, I guess there's a, no, it's probably not the motor signal wire, right? That would be overall pretty unlikely, I think. That like a poorly connected motor signal wire would cause that, right? I don't know. Let's get this plugged in. Okay. Okay. Tones. USB. Next. Motors. Motor 2. Well, that's frustrating. Because that means it's almost definitely the ESC, which is a lot of soldering to get this one out and put a new one in, you know? What do you guys think? Any other explanations? Here, let me give you bench cam. I'm going to spin it up. Do you have FET drag? I don't know what that is. Double A. But I would be very curious to know what it is and to know if that could maybe explain what's going on. Okay, so there's that. I've got the slider at about 1200. Now it's at 0. Back up to about 1200, 1500. Back down to 0. Yeah, what's FET drag, man? Yeah. No, it spins as well as the rest do. Oh yeah, drag. Got it. Yeah. Maybe it's a little tighter, but I've felt motors that have what you're talking about, and this one is not resisting the way that those ones do. Let's unplug. Yeah, this one does not have that level of like resistance. Double A. I've felt FET drag before. I just didn't know the name for it. Because that's like what happens when you have like two of the motor wires touching together. Like that's a really stiff turn. Yeah, and then you let go of it and it spins freely again. That's not what's happening here. It spins for a little bit, but it is getting warm. The motor screws are getting warm actually. Dang. Why is the frame and the motor screws getting just as warm as the motor itself? Okay, back out the screws. Not all the way, but just back them out. 1, 2. This is the last hope before. I mean, I guess I could try bypassing the race wire, but that seems like a stretch, doesn't it? Doesn't it? Okay. Motor screws are backed out. Let's try this. If that's what it is, that's insane. Connect. Motors. Understand the risks. Here we go. Motor 2. Oh Lord, that's worse. No, it's just as bad. It's just rattling because what do you mean the ESC grounding on that corner? It's just rattling because the screws are loose now. So it's just rattling. Yeah, talk to me. ESC grounding out on that corner. I mean, there's clearance galore between like the, whoops, almost lost the top front or top plate. Between the ESC and the frame. The race wire has insulation underneath it in the form of VHB. There's just nothing that really makes sense. Man, if I replace this ESC, I better fix it. I don't know what else it could be. The race wire, maybe? I don't know. Does that make any sense? That race wire would fail in this way. Is the grommet ripped? No. No, everything's brand new. And the screws... Oh, they are steel screws, I guess. But... no, the grommets. The grommet should be fine. Brand new ESC. Dang. Well. That might be the end of the stream for tonight. It's almost 11 and I've worked in the morning and I was really jazzed to get at least one quad built tonight. But things took a turn. Any other ideas? I'm all ears at this point. You know what? I've got to take the ESC off anyways. I might as well. I don't know. No, that's dumb. Bypass the race wire. Does that make any sense at all? I might as well try it. I don't know. It doesn't make any sense to me, but I'm desperate for something to work, and I've got spare race wires, so if it happens to be that, it'd be an easy fix. And if anything, I'm always down for an easy fix, you know? So, nothing crazy fancy here, just some really simple wire to wire, sloppy soldering. Okay? Don't at me. This is not permanent. It's not intended to be permanent. It's intended to be a Hail Mary. That's all it is. Alright, I need let me check the chat in a second, see if anybody else has any dumb ideas. Probably not as dumb as my ideas, but okay. Good enough. Third one. Again, don't at me, bro. If this fixes it, this is not the solution. This is a, I wonder if this will work kind of thing. Heyo. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Crazy. Make sure none of these open things are touching anything. Okay, try swapping ESC to another arm. By swapping signal wire? No, that wouldn't. By swapping signal wire, or by like crossing over motor wires? Yeah, which I guess crossing over motor wires we know wouldn't do anything, right? Because then you're just literally carrying the problem. So it could, I guess, potentially be a motor signal wire. I did pin the harness between the ESC and the flight controller myself, so it's not factory pinned. I could grab the factory pinned plug and try that, but it seems like a stretch. Okay. Everything seems to boot up fine every time. Motors, I understand. And motor 2. Nope. Okay. This doesn't seem like an issue that would come up with motor signal pads. Right, this seems like a dead ESC kind of issue. I would be yeah. Okay. Well, I have a good spare motor. It's just missing that little. It could only be affixed with 3 motor screws, which is fine. But I'm down a brand new 32-bit ESC. I guess I'll contact Race Day and see if they'll back me up on it. Yeah, that kind of sucks. Okay, what I will do is I'll start desoldering this ESC. So I'll stay alive for a little bit longer, just because it's, yeah, I want to get started on this. Otherwise, if I don't start on this now, it'll just sit on my bench for the next week, and, well, I'm out of town next week anyways, so yeah, it will anyways, but I just want to get some progress on it, so the next time I pick it up, I've got like a fresh start, I guess. Right. Give me 1 second. Flashback to 32.7. I could. I would be pretty surprised if that did anything. But hell, I'll try anything once. It's not true. I'll try this once. Yeah, hold on. Oh man, they don't. That's crazy. Okay. Right. Yeah, what else could it be? Strange the ESC isn't throwing an error. Right, that's my thought as well. Is it seems like it should be, which makes me think that it, well, I was gonna say it would make me think it's the motor, but even that, like, bidirectional D-shot should be able to say, like, yes, this is the real RPM that it's going at. But it was saying, like, yeah, it's going 1,000, now it's going 0, now it's going 1,000. Like, it was reading, like, real-time RPM, I guess. I don't know, it was weird. Oh, right, I gotta connect and check. Bad, all 0. ESC2, D-shot. Yeah, I mean, crazy. It's not showing any issues. Oh, there we go. 32.7. Yeah, I'll, yeah, Drone Droid. Yeah, I'm as confused as you. Yeah, good call. On that, I didn't think about that. I just opened up my order number for where I purchased this on Race Day Quads, and the product listing for this ESC, it doesn't exist anymore, so they won't be able to like send me a new one anyways, because I guess this was the clearance sale to like get rid of their last stock of it that I bought these on their clearance sale. So I don't even know what to expect. No, I didn't change any of the filtering. Once this finishes flashing, I'll check that, but I've never had to do that before on my 5-inch rigs. I do minimal adjustments in my filtering and pin tuning. I just build cleanly, and then I usually set up Mark Spatz's defaults, but I can always get my motors to spin up in Betaflight on the build, even yeah, even if I haven't touched any of the filtering yet. should say successful, successful. Okay. Sorry, I was going to show you guys this screen. I guess it doesn't matter. Okay, here you go. Just as proof, everything's set to, whoops. Everything's set to 13.7. As proof right there. So our ADSC, AK32 4-in-1 35 amp 6S. Yeah, disconnect. Crazy. B to flight. Okay, let's see here real quick. I guess I could disable bidirectional D-shot just to make sure that's RPM filtering isn't an issue, and D-shot 300, I guess, just to like really crunch down on like what the heck could be causing this. Save and reboot. So now if there's a filter issue with RPM filtering, that's gone because I've totally disabled RPM filtering. So now we won't even get to see any error, anything like that. But put my food down, grab the quad, make sure it's not going to do anything crazy. And motor 2. Same thing. Alright, that's it. I'm just trying to think if there's anything else before ripping this apart. If it was the motor signal wire, what would happen if I swapped two motor signal wires? That's my question, and the answer is that the problem would follow the motor signal wire. So it would move arms, but it would, if it was the motor signal wire and I swapped motor signal wires, it would move arms. If I moved motor signal wires and it's the ESC, it would stay on the arm. Okay. Yeah. That makes sense. So, no, that's not worth it. I don't know. Actually, I can do that real quick with the pin set that came with it, because I had to custom pin it to fit 1, 2, 3, 4 in the right order, because I have the ESC rotated. So this will have a different set of, the motor order will be totally different. I know that much. Because motor 1 on the ESC will be 2. So the issue would move. Wait, it would be motor wire. I don't know. It would move. The issue would move. And I will try that just for the sake of trying literally everything. Okay. Connect. Motors. Arm. I just got to use the master. Yeah, the issue stayed on the front right motor, despite the fact that motor 2 is now up here. Yep, there's confirmation. It's not the flight controller. It's not the motor signal wire either. Okay, done. And disconnect. And let's get this back to bench cam. Yeah, it's a little frustrating, but I've got spares. It just means that I will not immediately be able to get 3 quads in the air. I'll only be able to get 2 because I bought 3 sets of these ESC flight controller combos. So yeah, that is a-okay. Yeah. Yep. Love it. You know, live troubleshooting. Look at this nasty pile of solder I've collected. This is what happens when you don't use flux. You just go through oodles of solder. I don't know if that's normal or not, if everybody does that, or if that's just a me thing. Yeah, double A. I don't know, man. Tis a mystery. But on the plus side, I've got these race wires, all but motor 2. Everything's kind of nicely cut to length and ready to go on a new ESC. So it won't. It's not the end of the world. Let's go. Let's crank through this. Let's crank up the temperature a little bit then. 330. One. Nope, that didn't come off. 2. 3. This one's gonna be fun to get back on the race wire. 2. Ah, shoot! I screwed up, drone droid. I didn't take pictures before I desoldered. Don't make me resolder at all. Ugh. Alright, I gotta do this one anyways, so I'm just gonna do this side to make it look good. Because I gotta do it anyways. Ugh. You gave me great advice. I said, yeah, good call. And then, like the idiot that I can be sometimes, I forgot. We all make mistakes. Whoops. Like that. Like that. And slim that down. Clean these up. Boom, boom, boom. Pads down there already look very clean. Whoops. It's funny, I'm literally, for this build, I'm literally reverting from a build that had individual ESCs, and my thought process was, when I built that quad with individuals, I said, you know, it'll be nice just to be able to replace ESCs on a whim, like $12 per instead of 40 to 60 bucks for a whole 4-in-1, and like you just replace one at a time. It's just a few wires, power, like it's 6 wires realistically, and then yeah, overall I'll save money. And I built it and I flew it, and I had an identical quad to that quad, but the identical one had a 4-in-1 instead of individuals, and the weight savings were significant, and just the overall cleanliness of the build was insane. How much cleaner a 4-in-1 build was. Yikes, I'm messing this whole thing up. Okay, there we go, that's clean. I'm gonna redo this one. There we go. Okay. Dang. Dang. I'm just gonna remove some solder from this just so it looks like I'm not an idiot, you know? Alright, needs more heat. Where was I going with that? Yeah, so I just be sure to keep the live stream. Oh, good call. I can keep the live stream and screenshot it, or send them the whole process. Be like, here, race day quads, watch my 4-hour troubleshooting, build and troubleshooting, and if you can find anything that's wrong, then fine, and you can keep my money. But if you can't find anything that's wrong, or you don't watch it, then give me my money. I don't know, that's not gonna work, but good call. I can screenshot from the live stream. Okay, photo time. I should have started music. I thought about that like hours ago. It's like, let me start some music. Just get those out of the way. Come on, focus. There we go. Okay. And the whole quad. Because the stream's only 720p, so resolution's pretty poor, actually. But, yeah. Good call on the photos. Hey, been streaming for 420. 420 blazing. All right. Yeah, let me finish disassembling the CSC, and we'll see how I feel about keeping on or not. I don't really have anything keeping me from just continuing to work on it and just keep the camera up. Literally doesn't affect me one way or the other. Yeah. Okay. Oh man, that's fun, you know. I should go ahead and remove these standoffs again. I installed these standoffs to try and solder around them, but ended up getting all my best solder jobs without them installed. Okay, that is that. Okay, it's cooled off a bit. Pull these nuts off. And yeah. Just in case race day wants this ESC back, I'm going to try and collect everything that went with it or could have gone with it. So when I open up a new ESC, someone say dab time. Yeah, man, get it. I personally do not partake much myself or at all currently, but man, I love it. Enjoy it. Get it. All right. You know, it never hurts to just inspect the PCB a little bit. See if there's any noticeable flaws. Yeah, I don't know. I don't see anything. Definitely no solder balls or anything. Yeah. Wait, let me get my orientation right, because which ESC was it? Motor 1. Okay, motor 1 was the faulty one. So I'm going to bridge those pads on motor 1 just so I can remember, I guess. There we go. Okay. Not that that's like really gonna matter, but yeah, just for my memory's sake. Okay, so what I started to talk about was I'm just gonna pull these brand new components out of this box in case they for some reason want things back. I'm just taking the new ESC out, old ESC in. Yuck. Get in. And then all the new components, because I have all these with the dead ESC, so I don't need them. It'd be nice to have like an extra cap and an extra XT60, so I'm just gonna set that somewhere to the side. And here's the new ESC. Oh, and I need, dang. Well, I need the grommets. But I'm gonna grab the new ones because I don't want to remove the old ones. Oh, I can even see inside the old grommet, or the grommet that's on there on motor 1, which was on arm 2. There's no, the grommet is in great shape. There's no damage to the rubber insulation. Not that that should really matter. It doesn't look like there's any, there's no metal on the yeah, on the stuff here. But yeah. Was yours use your phone cam for inspection? Yeah, it's nice. You can actually get a little bit of magnification on there. I don't usually think about that, but that makes total sense. Isn't there like a magnifying app on iPhone or something? No, there's not. Oh, magnifier. Oh, and like accessibility. When enabled, you can drag magnifier from app library to your home screen or add it as an accessibility shortcut option. Interesting. Yeah, I don't really. I'll try it. Let's see. So how do I turn it on now? From where? Accessibility. Wait. What does it say? Let's use your device's camera. When enabled, you can drag magnifier from the app library to your home screen. Oh, it just popped up there. Okay, well, I don't want that on my home screen. You screwed me. All right, go into the utilities folder, please. And done. Great. And now I've got to manually move everything back. Don't you just love that? Got to move this folder back to the front page. Nope. Come on. Work with me. Thank you. And then I've got to move this app from the top of the third page to the bottom of the second page. I've got to move this app. So I just have 3 clean pages. No more. No less. Dang it! I swear. Okay, that can live there. Ugh. And where did I put magnifier? Oh dang! Okay, that's kind of. That's got some real zoom on it. All right, where did I put that guy? Not that I'm really looking at anything significant now, because what I would have been looking at was like my race wire, which I guess I could look at now. Wow, that stays in focus shockingly well. That's cool, man. Let's see if you guys can there's a glare. Yeah, I'm working on it. Working on eliminating the glare. Oh wait, here we go. Hold on. Kill that. Turn on the flashlight. Okay, line up the phone screen. And now line up the race wire. Yeah, that's pretty effective. Sorry, you still got tons of glare from my ceiling fan. Yeah, that's pretty sweet. I will keep that function handy and let there be light. Oh, I was like, why is this loose all of a sudden? Oh, I did lose a motor screw at some point there. Okay, focus. Focus. Concentrate. Focus. Let's tighten these motor bolts back down. Find my 4th motor screw. I had one, I swear. I know I did. That'll work. And let's snug those tight. Sorry. Just tightening some bolts. Let's get those out of the way. Okay. Oh yeah, I was gonna inspect that, but not that it matters, is what I decided. So this can just go back to living in here. And cap and XT60 and harness. Close, off to the side. Brilliant. I'm literally the worst to my own body. Yeah, right? It's really well in focus. And I was only like halfway on the slider for how far you could zoom in. Yeah, I'd show you more, but it's just really glared. So that's like here. It'll be easier to see on this chip, even with a little bit of glare. Okay, can we focus? Okay, now zoom all the way. That's crazy. Sorry, I'm trying to look at multiple screens. I'm also just shaking way too much. But if I set that down, all right, let's back out a little bit. Focus. There you go. Dang, that's pretty good. Look at that detail level. That's insane. Look at how small those parts are. The little gray box with the 100 there, that was full. It's like half the screen there, and there it is. Now it's focused. You see that? That's impressive. Good on you, iPhone. That's pretty impressive. I was not expecting that. Yeah, man. It seems like it has a shocking number of like use cases. Maybe not. I don't know how often I'm like, it could make cool photography potentially if you can take snapshots with it. I guess it's mostly digital zoom, so it's not going to be like high fidelity, high resolution, anything like that, but it's shockingly clear. Yeah, I don't know. It surprised me for sure. Okay. What was where? I'm going to try and keep things on the same. That motor looks like it's brand spanking new. Yeah, it must be. So that's motor 2. So that's the front. And yeah, like I said before, I'm going to remove these standoffs. I thought they were going to be helpful guides. Turns out they are not. Anybody else working on any builds tonight? builds, repairs, whatever. Anything FPV. Edits. Working on any edits. I've got some footage that I really want to edit. It's pretty incredible footage. If anybody's interested in seeing it, I could try my hand at pulling it up. Actually, it's not even downloaded onto my computer. That's an issue. I've downloaded it all to my phone because I was traveling when I captured it. I was just out a few hours away from home, and oh, all right. I can get this ESC soldered back up. I've got enough energy for that. But yeah, I got home and was exhausted from a long drive to get out to the fly location. And on the drive back, I had just set my GoPro to download the footage wirelessly to my phone, just so I had it. And it's been sitting there on my phone, and I still have the original files on my SD card, which are on the GoPro that you're watching from right now. So I'd have to like interrupt the whole stream to unplug everything to get the SD card out. Yeah. Yeah, Drone Droid, I have the iPhone 11 Pro, so I have the 3 lens situation. So it's got, one of them is just a 2x 2x zoom telephoto. I guess it's not like real telephoto, but yeah, it's better than the standard, but it is not anywhere near that clear, anywhere near that close. I guess the telephoto functionality is more focused on like capturing something far away and making it look like it's close or reasonably close. Whereas the phone doesn't think to try and focus super close. But when you choose magnifying glass, it knows that you're trying to focus on something close, so it just changes its goal, and it changes the depth of field to look for items that are within a foot of the lens. But yeah, I was not expecting it to be that clear. Sorry, I'm eating a few bites here. Right. Man, oh man. Let that come back up to temp. Clean it off and get back to work. Okay. I'm gonna pre-tin all these pads, and then probably re-tin most of the wires just so they've got fresh solder on them. That's like the big downside to not having a flux pen handy, is all these wires have good solder on them, but like you've got some like pokey bits that are caused by like the oxidation or whatever does that. And I know if you just add flux and then reapply heat with the flux on there, like that's solved, but I don't have flux handy, so instead I just add solder and let the old solder adhere to the iron and let the new solder flow into the wire or the joint or whatever it is, the pad. whatever I'm working on at the moment. And yeah, and so I feel like I end up going through more solder than the average person, which is definitely a little wasteful, because I could just use flux and that would save on resources, I suppose, because I end up this big pile of solder that I collect on my sponge just goes in the garbage, which I don't even know if that's safe. It's got lead in it. I mean, are you supposed to, like, it's not like biohazard. Like, how do you dispose of, yeah, how do you dispose of solder? How do you dispose of lead? I kind of assumed that there's no fancy, I mean, it's in such small quantities, but I'd rather, I'd like to know if there's an appropriate way to go about it. A little more. Didn't do anything. Basically all I'm doing here is just roasting this whole ESC just by quick firing all 12 pads. And just warming this whole chip up thoroughly. There we go. And get some of that flux out of there. Tinkering with rates in beta flight. Live was just finished. Headed out. Yes, dude. Midnight flight. Damn, that's sketchy. I haven't flown past dark very often. I did like downtown Denver a few weeks ago, which was super fun. Chomper was in town, and couldn't resist the opportunity. So, but other than that, I've only like done night flying like once or twice. Well, no, even including that, yeah, only like 2 or 3 times probably. And it's sketchy unless you've got a good camera for it, or like you're like when we were downtown Denver, like we were doing some not illegal stuff, but definitely some sketchy stuff of like flying over or flying around skyscrapers, which were well lit, and the street lamps below, like the whole city was well lit enough where it was totally visible the whole way. Well, there's that, which is just key. Like you cannot, you can't really half-ass that effort, because if you end up with you end up taking off and getting blind 50 feet up, you're done. Like there's no coming back, man. If you get up and you like just black out, like your video just becomes unflyable at a certain point because of how dark it is, then man, like, God bless you and that poor quad, you know? Alright, this should actually go somewhat quickly, shockingly. Okay. Yeah, I mean, having the wires already cut to the right length for this exact model of ESC. That's going to be the crappy thing, is when I eventually burn out this ESC, or do something, land it in water and fry it, whatever I do to it, whenever it breaks, this ESC is, I think it's discontinued. I guess I'm not 100% on that, but so I will probably have to rerun motor wires to achieve appropriate length, and it just won't be as pleasant of an experience as it is to replace an ESC with an identical one, where you know your motor wires are going to be, oh boy, that's a lot of solder, where you know your motor wires are going to be the perfect length no matter what. There we go. There we go. All right. And I'm gonna trust my smoke stopper on this one. Okay. Because it was trying to tell me something on the last one. I think. I don't actually know. Dang it. Dang it. Come on, get that shiny round. Dang it! Alright, this is where flux is key. So you don't have to redo and redo solder joints over and over again. And then even after the 5th time you've redone it, you have to redo it again. Just adding more solder. Clean solder, and then you have to lower your temp because you're burning off the flux too fast. Excuse me. Come on, man. 3, 2, 1. Yes, sirree. All right, now the big boys. 360. Let's let that heat up a bit. How's everybody doing? Man, we're approaching 5 hours. It's crazy. Like, you get to building, and even when you're not having issues, like even when you don't have to troubleshoot anything, like the time just passes. Like, you just get focused in. I could just build for hours and hours. Like, I am. Currently, that's what is happening. But, yeah, it's just that I don't often get, like, an evening where I'm not just purely exhausted after work or something, where I have enough energy to be like, yeah, let's do this, and, like, sit down and with energy, like, build something up. Like, that is super rare for me. So, yeah. So this is nice. It's a nice change of pace, I guess. Bingo. So on these XT60 leads, you can actually put the soldering iron. That's a little downward facing more than I want. Sorry. No, that's fine. That should be great. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, leave it as is. And boom. That came together pretty quick. Turn the temp back down. Time. flies when you're ruining quads. Where's that smoke stopper that I don't trust anymore? I got a battery, a smoke stopper. I should have trusted the smoke stopper last time. It didn't do this. It failed. It tripped last time. It tripped last time and I didn't listen to it. I went ahead and I plugged in without the smoke stopper and I fried it. I mean, I couldn't have avoided frying it because it was not something like it was, yeah, I didn't, even if my motor, you can't you can't do that with an ESC. Like, that's not how it works. Motor leads that are crossing each other, they just cause whatever it was called before, FET drag. It just causes that. It doesn't actually cause things to blow up until you start like pumping amperage to that motor, which the smoke stopper was going off before. Anyways, should have trusted the smoke stopper. All right, that's on me. Yeah, that's nice. Drone droid. The GoPro is the real issue for most night flying, but yeah, that's good that your Cadex can see through that. Ooh, that's, oh shoot, that could have been bad. That could have resulted in frying a million things. I'm not smart. I just put the flight controller on without any spacers, and these big ol' XT60 things that stick up like 3 mil were definitely, well, let's take another look, huh? I was like that. Yeah, hold on. I'm getting there. Yeah, where the top of those solder balls were like right on the, it's not focusing, but you get the picture. Super close to frying the flight controller or shorting the ESC or something. I don't know. But that was not very smart of me to do. So let's add those spacers in. And then we'll get back into BL Heli and Betaflight. And yeah, I don't know what in terms of accessories I'm gonna add onto this thing tonight, because most of those I need to pull out of my last quad. I don't know which series I have in there. Basically the rest of the build is a run cam, a Unify VTX, and a Crossfire Nano RX. Nothing crazy, nothing complicated, but yeah, most of that needs to come out of the build that I pulled these motors from. Yeah, I was about to say I should put this old motor back on just so I'm not ruining a brand new motor on a build with 3 other bad motors, but it really doesn't make that big of a difference. I'd have to do that eventually anyways, and this guy is missing a mount there, so I want to see if I can tighten this set screw back down. Oh, there it goes. Come on. Okay. Hey, I got it. I got it. It does not feel too tight. Maybe a little bit. Let's loosen it up a little bit. Feels a little better. Okay, good. Spare hype train. Oh, lordy. All right, front is there. Let's get that wire tucked in nice and neat. And then I can get some nuts for the top of this, which I thought I already pulled out. No, I didn't, because I wasn't ready to do that yet, because I wanted to solder on my accessories. Sorry, what? Video. Oh man, you got video out pads on the front. That's unpleasant. Yeah, okay. Let's see here. Let's go back into flashing. Flashing firmwares. Before I continue to build to a further point. So there's that. Open this up. I'm gonna go desktop. I'm gonna go Heli. What's going on here? Okay. Connect. Seven. Flash. Right, I need to make sure everything's spinning the right direction. Oh. I'm getting tired, so I'm probably gonna wrap this up after setting up some of the basics in the firmware. So placement should still be right. Yep, that's spinning out. Yay! Wrong direction. No, wait, right direction. Sorry, I'm so used to the other way. Out, out. That one's noisy. In. In. So again, 3 and 4 need adjustment. Connect. But we've got Moto 2 spinning properly, which is much appreciated. Alright. So reversed, right setup. And 4 reversed, right setup. Right, okay. No, isn't this motor braking? Don't you want that on? Don't you want motor braking on? Why is that off by default? Is that not motor braking? Brake on stop. I don't know. I've never really I've messed with motor timing and DMAG a little bit, but I've really never, and I've like added music. I guess it doesn't hurt to lower this down. Can I type in? No. So let's do like 4 minutes. I should probably do shorter just in case, but 4 minutes is fine for me. Okay. Beacon, signal, volume, that's all fine. Oh shoot. Wait. I wrote, okay, wait. 3, 4. I'll lower that for all of them. 410, sure. Right setup. Gonna write for all of them? Yeah, well. Good. Okay. That works for me. Disconnect. Close that. Betaflight. We're going to make sure we are on the 4.2.9. That's correct. Ports haven't set up anything yet. Time to rep. Man, Drone Droid, have so much fun. Be safe. Happy flying, sir. Go that down to about 4. I can usually get away with even lower, but we'll stick with 4. 8K, 8K. Accelerometer, 180. Blast Tim, man, that was a clutch name. The Blast Tim, I love it. Don't need analog RSSI. I've got Crossfire, telemetry, air mode, OSD, and filter. None of that matters. I don't have a real beeper on the squad. I could put one on, but I don't really plan to. I do like those. Battery powered beepers, but it's extra wiring. That's weight. It's not necessary most of the time. So, oh, and motor direction should still be reversed. Yes, it is. Good. Okay. Onboard AC. Yeah, seems to be reading something. That should probably not be 5 amps. That's frustrating because I've never learned how to calibrate the amperage. Oh, shouldn't there be? directions for that in here. Built in, let's see. This thing can take 50 volts? What? Crazy. Okay. Let's see if the OSD gyro size firmware back 2 amps. Nope, doesn't give any sort of. Sorry, I'm looking at the little diagram it comes with to see if there's a different voltage meter or amperage meter scale that it recommends going with. I'll mess with that later, maybe. Yeah, I've maybe tried that once. The JD's current calibration. It's just not usually worth it for me. But otherwise, yeah, I don't need. Let's just check motors in here. Now that I've set the ESC protocol and whatnot. Out. Out. That motor's gonna have way more power than the rest. Out. Out. Motor's out. Great. They're all spinning smoothly. Lovely. Okay. And that's all I can do in beta flight till I get the receiver soldered up, and then I can set modes and stuff. I guess I could I have a copy paste that I don't think it has my rates. No, you don't need to see that. It should be in here. Let's see if I can grab it real quick. Beta flight dump. It's got my aux, adjustment range, and OSD, and that's it. Okay, sure. Copy. Connect. CLI. Paste. Enter. Easy as that. Now I've got modes set. Lovely. I've got my adjustment range for rate profile selection. I have 2 rate profiles I fly with. That should set my OSD up to have flip crash arrow, link quality, voltage, flight time, throttle, craft name. That's about it. That's nice. Good. And I don't use PTX tables because I use and then I need to manually set rates and whatnot. I should type out a set rate thing for to add to that beta flight dump. Adjust ratio by same percentages, difference between ma in, out after flight. Same percentage. Ooh. Oh, that makes sense. Oh, okay. I can do that. Yeah. That's just simple math. I'm not very good at math, but percentages I can understand. Because everything's out of 100. So if you're above 100, you've screwed up. Yeah, I figured it would take a few packs to really dial it in of that's the issue is when I go fly, I'll fly 6 or 7 packs, and then I'll totally forget which one had which one I drained which amount, so I need to just step out in my backyard or whatever on the street outside my apartment and just fly till it says I've drained 200 milliamp hours and then come in and charge and see what it charges to. Yeah, I don't know. But that's super helpful. I'm actually going to take a picture of what you typed right there because that makes sense to me. Landed them all at 700. Yeah, right. That makes sense, actually. Yeah, you can go fly your normal flight session, but you just land them all at the same quantity. So you don't, yeah. Okay, that actually makes way more sense. Good call, man. Alright, let's get this thing. Wait, I don't think my race wire ever lit up. Oh, because I didn't select any colors. Alright, that's the next step. I can do that tonight. And then maybe I'll go to bed after that. So, I was going to do purple. Because I don't think you can get orange. When all you have is RGB. Thanks, Drone Droid, for the current calibration tips. That is very helpful, man. No joke. Yeah, that's one of those things that I've just never really put in the effort to try and get right. But I know it's not that challenging. I just never cared enough, except on my long range rigs. But on those, it's always just worked within like 5%. It's always worked out of the box within 5%. So I've never had to worry about it. But on my 5-inch quads is where it's like my freestyle quads is where I'd like to have it, but don't have it. Never had it working there. So, okay, let me see. Are there directions for this? Because on these race wires, I've got RGB, and I'm guessing you just bridge them. And then there's 1, 2, 3 over on this side. And it doesn't look like you bridged them, but I don't know what they're for. Check out Tiny's website real quick. Tiny's LEDs, addressable, RGB here. Let me check out. There we go. That's the product that I have. Color breakout. Okay. Here we go. Let me share my desktop and turn off that. There you go. Okay, so that's what I have. Yeah, it's got RGB there, and then it's got 1, 2, 3 on the other side. And change the throttle when the motor is spinning. Right. Yellow, white, cyan, green, blue, red, pink/purple. So I could do yellow, but that's not going to be, yeah, not quite orange enough for me. So I'm going to do purple, pink/purple. And I've had yeah, okay, here we go. There are pads to allow you to wire additional race lights to the bottom of your arm. Use 1, 2, 3 and wire them to the same pads on your second race light. Yeah, got it. So if you want top and bottom, that's just, got it. Okay. Let's get back to bench cam. Oh, we're frozen. Hello? Is the stream frozen? How's my audio? Check. GoPro's frozen. Alright, folks, that's the end of it. Can't figure out what's going on with, well, lighting's awful. Deal with it. Can't figure out what's going on with my GoPro. So this is just my laptop webcam. I can't show the bench. I'm just gonna color in those race wires and then head to bed. So